Serious TV Drama Podcast. I'm Scott, and joining me tonight, the muchacho who proves that the next best thing to having a best friend who's an eagle is having a good buddy who's a legal eagle. It's Brian. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Scott. How you doing?
Doing okay. I quickly changed the original introduction in like 5 minutes before we got onto the recording because the previous one made no sense and it ended up with being a racist or something, so I changed it. Anyway.
Well, there you go. It's been a while since we've got together to talk about what we're going to talk about tonight, so it's good to revisit this upcoming episode. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. So let's get what we're going to be talking about out of the way so everyone is clear. Our initial mission for this podcast is we're going to cover the last 6 episodes of Doom Patrol Season 3. And I'm swearing it's not going to be some meticulous recap of every episode. It's going to be a conversation between me and Brian. You know, it's going to shift from episode to episode. We'll see how it goes. And after that, then we're going to dive into the first 5 episodes of Peacemaker. Now, I am fully aware. In fact, they might not even be listening right now. They might have skipped this section entirely because they were smart enough to look at the segment breakdown. I know there's probably going to be a lot of people who, when they do check out this podcast, they're checking it out for Peacemaker. That's the current show. It's the hot show, whatever. You and I, we talked. I debated, putting Peacemaker first and Doom Patrol second. But as you said, we feel like we kind of owe it to Doom Patrol to get to it.
Yeah. Doom Patrol is our steady, and Peacemaker is the hot new thing, but Doom Patrol deserves first billing. Yeah, I'm already seeing the meme. What's that meme with the girl and the guy, and he's looking over her shoulder at some girl passing, the hot girl walking by. Yeah. So that must be Peacemaker, and she's Doom Patrol, and he's like, the world. But look, yes. Peacemaker is the new and shiny, and rightfully so. And by the way, if you're listening to this podcast, if you're listening just for Peacemaker, which is great, you guys should go listen. You should go watch Doom Patrol anyway. And I'll talk a little bit about why. I'll talk about that when we're talking about Peacemaker, because again, I think there might be people who just are going to be zipping right to that, so they're not even going to hear this part. But, in the interest of reality and time, let's just get to the Doom Patrol conversation, the Peacemaker powwow. That's going to happen later. Again, check out the breakdown if you want to skip ahead. I have no idea how long we're going to be talking about Doom Patrol for. Might be an hour, might be an hour and a half. Might make David God happy and talk about it for 17 hours. Who knows? So, all right. Now, let's regroup with our favorite not-so-super group. The Doom Patrol. Or is it Doom Force now? We'll get there. So, we left off back in early October. I think it was, I think we recorded or released it, I think it was October 2nd, in fact, so the very beginning of October. And we had covered the first 4 episodes. And then we wasted some time talking about Why the Last Man or something. So we have to pick up now with the 5th episode of the season, which was Dada Patrol. So, you actually did a recent rewatch of these episodes, so I might lean on you even more than, I might lean on you as much as I should because, so it's not just me talking. But my recollection is this is the one where most of the Doom Patrol reluctantly sets off to find the so-called Sisterhood of Dada under, I would call it the caustic direction of the woman we can, now, at this point, we can still just refer to her as Laura DeMille. Yeah.
And just to put a button on it, and so we can just talk about it. The team, they do encounter the Sisterhood of Dada, who apparently wield even more bizarre powers than they do. And after they are kind of screwed around by the Dadaists, the team eventually, they return to the manor. They don't want any part of the Sisterhood, or really, they don't have anything to do with anything Laura DeMille wants to have to say or do.
they are about as reluctant a group of quote-unquote superheroes, if they even are that at all, as I think we've ever seen in any live-action thing that I can imagine. You know, maybe Legion might be the only thing that's even in the same category as far as they're not really superheroes.
Yeah. I mean, it's like a menagerie of oddities, and they're sort of treated throughout the season. Not that their powers are used, but they're treated as freaks. They're not treated, with dignity and such. But this particular episode, they go off and run into maybe an even more, I don't want to say damaged, because everybody in this show's damaged, which is part of what we've always liked about it, but run into an even more unhinged version of people that view the world in a particularly unique way. Let's just say that.
Yeah, that would be a fair way to put it. And again, following on what you were saying, that's really at the core of the Doom Patrol to begin with. They are the freaks of nature, or not so much nature, but put upon what was put upon them by Nels Calder and so on. So they are the ostracized ones. Again, we talked about this way back when we first talked about Doom Patrol in the very first podcast, that they were pretty much the template that then got subtly changed but reused for the X-Men in the comic books just a few months after Doom Patrol came out. So it's the same basic idea of the outsiders, the freaks, the whatever. And they really lean rather heavily into that for the show, as well they should, especially with certain characters. I think I would really say with this specific episode, and even the next two, and just to refer to those titles as well, the next two being 1917 Patrol and then Bird Patrol. I think when you go through these three, it's where the storylines really begin to fracture to the point of we're really following each team member individually more so than we had even before. They don't seem to really be crossing over with each other very much at all. So in the interest, not just of expediency, because, like we really hurry these podcasts up at all anyway, but just more for the idea of just a different type of way of attacking the conversation. I thought maybe we would kind of weirdly sort of combine the three episodes a little bit and really just kind of talk about the shows in terms, just looking at each person. And then once we get beyond that, then we got those final three, which are really three extraordinary episodes anyway. So that's kind of the tack I think we should take. And that's what
I agree. And I thought you've done so much heavy lifting lately that I did a little research for the podcast. And I found this interesting because I didn't know it in particular. But I looked at the Dada movement, and strangely enough, and it should make sense after you watch the show, Dada grew out of a reaction to World War I. The actual movement did. And the expressed tenets by the art critic I read said that it characterizes the art created by rejecting notions of logic, reason, and aestheticism of modern capitalist society, instead choosing to look at nonsense, irrationality, and anti-bourgeois protest in their work, which... if you see it and you watch the show, with one of the episodes being 1917 Patrol, makes a lot of sense. So I thought that was interesting.
Excellent. Actually, I'm glad you did that, because while I know a few listeners are heavily have a good really mindset about art, and so they would know about Dada or surrealism and whatnot. I'm sure many others don't. So I like that. I love when people bring a little research into the podcast. Thank you.
You're welcome. And just so my pitch for the name of this episode, I know that we just named them numbers, but if we were going to name an episode, we've got to name it Podcast Patrol, right?
I think we did that last time.
So would it be Sequel Patrol?
I think it'd be Shut Up Patrol right now. No, no. Actually, I'm not kidding. I think the first time we did a podcast, I'm actually going to waste time looking. I think the first time we did a Doom Patrol podcast, we might have done that, but I could be wrong. But this is how a person just stretches while he's skimming through things. Because unfortunately,
this is your version of crowd work. Like, hey, I've only got 10 minutes. Let's do some crowd work.
Right. And it's also one of those unfortunate things that happens when you realize that the website that houses all of our podcasts, you know, DSTVD podcast.podbean.com site. But the way I have it set is I think it's, God, am I going only 10 or 20 podcasts at a time? So it takes a little bit longer than normal to go through. Well, it's even more. I get a little anal retentive about these things. I haven't really done it. Oh, here we go. I was right. So, Serious TV Drama Podcast 266, Podcast Patrol, Seasons 1 and 2 of Doom
Well, there
Patrol.
you go.
There you go. See,
and that's one of the devices we love, is that everything is something Patrol.
Oh, yeah. I will always get a kick out of television series that do something interesting or inventive with the way they title their episodes. Whether it be, everything having to do a certain framework, like it could be something, even Friends being like, they all are like the one with, I think every title begins that way. Or It's Always Sunny has to be the gang does this or the gang does that, whatever.
Right.
My personal weird, and I think there was one show, was it Community, where one season was all Led Zeppelin songs or something like that. I can't remember what show it was. I think it might have been Community. And the show The Good Fight, they stopped doing this, I think. Oh, they did it. No, this time they did a thing where it was a continuing sentence for every title. But then different seasons, they were doing a takeoff on another show's way they did the titles. Like, I think they did the Friends style titles one season and It's Always Sunny style titles another season or something like that. I became aware of it. I was like, oh, that's very funny.
Yeah.
All right. So back to the show. Let's start with Larry. And I don't mean Larry David, although wouldn't that be an amazing kind of multiverse? Anyway, so with Larry Trainer, I'm talking about, his storyline, first he finds a son who I'm guessing is in his 60s at this point, because unlike Larry, everyone else in his life does apparently age, which is something I feel the need to talk about at some point in this podcast. It's like, so nobody ages in Doom Patrol universe? Nobody? He finds a son who's been wandering around the woods more, babbling random words until Larry nurses him back to health. I don't remember. Did we learn what it was that afflicted his son Paul? Why he was in the state that he was in?
I don't think it was said expressly, other than maybe it was just his exposure to the weirdness of the Dada.
The fog
exposure.
Maybe it was the fog. Maybe the fog.
Yes.
Maybe the fog had him in a fog. Well,
Yeah.
So it turns out that his son actually now works for the Bureau of Normalcy, which essentially puts him pretty much in direct opposition to someone like his dad. And once his son kind of comes out of it, he kind of rips into Larry for not really being any sort of a dad at all. But it's one of those things where, okay, we understand Paul's perspective, because that pretty much was his entire life. But with the tragic life of Larry, what else could he do? And it's one of those things where you kind of wish, people really sometimes can't empathize with others. They can't see beyond themselves. Even though you understand it, you still like, yeah, but, I don't know. It's just
No, it's very tragic that I mean, Larry's basically some of the common theme of all the Doom Patrol being trapped inside themselves, that he can't really touch anything because of what's going on with him, but through his bandages, and you see the son's point of view, but, he saves his son and tries to make an amends. Now, it doesn't require acceptance, but it probably could have been accepted. The apology probably could have been accepted a little bit more by the son. I think it's just another heartbreak for Larry.
Yeah. And to play devil's advocate, just to flip sides once again, I look at it from his son's perspective. It's like, well, this has been his thinking and his feeling and what he's experienced for, 50-something years, I would guess. Kind of hard to then just be, it's one thing to be, it's hard enough for someone like Cliff's daughter to forgive him. Whereas Paul, has lived like twice as long,
right.
And was abandoned at a much younger age by his dad kind of left and everything that happened with him and whatever. So it's interesting. So you have this issue with Larry and his son, his youngling, and then he's also dealing with this rather outrageously sized and moving tumor in his body, which eventually, over the course of these episodes, turns out to be some sort of alien bug larvae that he tries to, but ultimately can't quite get rid of. Now, of course, it's interesting. Someone who's having the parental issues that Larry has with his kid, and now he's almost literally giving birth to something, and taking on kind of this, trying to almost become a parent to this thing. Well, he is trying to be a parent to this thing. How good he is at it is debatable, but it's almost like he's trying to replace his family with this glowing, sizzling bug thing. It's very it was one of those storylines that you're kind of watching. It's like, I don't know how I feel about this. It's fascinating, but it's also really weird, and I'm really missing the negative spirit entity right now. Even though I keep thinking, isn't this some sort of version of that? Is it like the young version of it?
It's the whole thing is very Cronenberg.
Yes.
Very creepy. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I don't know what's happening. It's sort of grotesque, but also understandable and leaves you conflicted. But it's Doom Patrol. What else do you expect?
Right. I have it in my notes later on, but I'll just mention it now because it's in my head. Because part of me was thinking, and again, I apologize if this was somehow referenced or more clear in one of the earlier episodes that I just don't remember because I haven't watched them in a while. But my thinking when watched, because I did rewatch the last few, was, so I'm kind of taking this to almost be like the chrysalis and the birth of what that negative spirit turns out to be.
That's totally how I think it plays out.
It's kind of like how it's kind of like on The Mandalorian, how everyone refers to that creature as like Baby Yoda, which in a sense is like, well, maybe it is a youngling version of what Yoda is, because when we meet Yoda in Empire Strikes Back, I believe he's supposed to be at least a few hundred years old at that point. So maybe in the same way where there's like the baby electric thing, it's just this, having this weird rubbery larvae, that's glowing. It's a prop. I was just going, at least I think I'm surprised they didn't try to make it a bit more gross. It's just kind of goofy and weird, but that's Doom Patrol.
And what I think the show does at its core is that you feel that way, but then you watch the rest of the Doom Patrol just act like okay and help him take care of it and call out to his parental instincts as the story progresses. And at some point, all of them, I think, at least hold it. Right. Just like.
Although I do think Rita might call him out on it a little bit at one point. I think she has a bit of a more negative reaction about it than compared. But she's, she has her reasons, which we'll get to later. We're going to spend a lot of time talking about Rita, I suspect. So, but before we get, I'm saving her for last because that's kind of where I think this whole season kind of rotates around as Rita. So I was going to shift over to Vic now. Because Vic, he's had issues stemming from the moment he woke up to find most of his limbs and body had been replaced by cybernetic parts. So that's kind of been part and parcel of the Victor Stone Cyborg storyline. Pretty much no matter wherever you've ever seen Cyborg depicted, be it animated form, be it the couple of different versions in live action, comic books, whatever. When you get to the early days of Cyborg, it's all about that. And understandably, So again, we've already seen it depicted in the first couple of seasons of the show. His issues with his father, and then when he met in the afterlife situation with his mom, his mom, revealing certain things to him about stuff with his father and decisions that were made. There's all this stuff that's going on in Victor's head. But in these episodes, he learned that there's a way to essentially, at least to the outside eyes, that there's a way to replace those chrome bits and sections and whatnot with synthetic skin. I mean, it'll still be metal on the inside, but it'll be skin on the outside, so he can look, quote unquote, normal again. So this is something he kind of wrestles with the notion. And he does ultimately move forward with yet another life-altering surgery. He will make that decision after he contacts that fugitive girlfriend of his, I believe.
Yes.
What's her name? Roni, I think her name was.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because he's also sacrificing something. And I don't mean simply that he's sacrificing his powers. I mean, that's the thing that they're focusing on here, just on the surface, the other people, the team, whatever, and their reaction to it. But he's also kind of giving up. He's giving up by trying to rediscover his identity. He's giving up his identity as well.
Yep.
Because unlike the rest of them, he's considered like a real deal superhero. He's in the news. He was like he was like the star that came to come stay with them for some, to my mind, inexplicable reason, but I was okay with it. It never really made. The more I thought about it, I was like, why is he there? Not really. Okay. It's kind of like him in the Justice League. Why is he there? Okay. What is it with Cyborg? He's on the team. The one team he's supposed to be on. He's never on that team. He's always on all these other teams. He's a Teen Titan, motherfuckers. Anyway, I'm so old school. But it's just in a weird way because he becomes a quote unquote superhero. And the way he seems to handle that, in that sense, unlike the other Doom Patrol folks, his story seems less tragic, regardless of the fact there was an explosion that blew off most of his body and he almost died and he had no choice about it, whatever. It's like, yeah, you got a fucked up origin. But the difference is, most of the times when people have an origin like that, they become a supervillain. You became a superhero.
Right. Well, and what we discover is he always wanted to be a hero.
Right.
And he got that, not the way he wanted, but he got it. And the way that it made him feel when attaching that to the way it went down with his mom and dad, like, I mean, what's more, cliche than, hey, I want a new skin. And he is able to get a new skin. But the problem is you can't go back to the person you were when you changed. And he's, you can't go back to the old Vic, that everything that's happened to the new Vic. And those powers that seem like a curse, when there's a crazy baby jumping through the kitchen might be helpful. So,
right. It's interesting. There's something else that they don't really get into. Although there is a scene that's in an episode that comes after these three, which I'll make a reference to later on, but before we even get there, it's interesting that a character who if I'm not mistaken with Cyborg, I would say the majority of his body parts and skin have been replaced by metal. This chrome, whether be here they say it's nanobot technology, whatever, however you want to look at it. And when you have a character like Victor Stone, and we do get into it in a later episode, you do have the issue of race. So it's always kind of interesting to me that they didn't really. I'm surprised they didn't kind of touch on it a little bit more. But maybe they're being light about it, and until we had that scene with his father in that later episode, where you know, most of, well, I don't know how else to say this, so I don't know how to be diplomatic about it, so I'll just say it. Most of your black skin was replaced by this, you know, silvery metal. You know, it's not, you know, whether there's a certain loss of identity in that sense as well, I wonder. You know,
right.
I know it's not just about appearances, it's changing, you know, it's also changes how you're perceived.
Right.
Whether it be by other people of color or just the world in general. And you're always, and whether you stand out or it's a symbol for them or not. It's one of those things when you start peeling the possible situation, issues that Cyborg can have, it does become a bit more interesting to me. More interesting than what was done in either of those Justice League movies, because I'm not a fan of how it was handled. Sorry, I'm not a Ray Fisher fan. You can hate me on Twitter later. But I did like. I like that they got into a little stuff with his dad later on, and we'll get to that later. But I was surprised they didn't kind of try to press that button a little bit with him here as well. But maybe they felt it would have been heavy-handed, so maybe that's why they chose not to.
No, I think that's an interesting point to consider, that at how much mechanical things replace your natural body. At what point do you lose your identity, where you're seen as more machine than man, and you stand apart from everything, including your identity? That you know, to belong to something. And I think, you know, the Doom Patrol, what that offers to people is, in standing apart, they're, in many ways, they're all each other have, because they all stand apart from other people in unique ways. But to lose your cultural identity, to lose your family, in many ways, to where you're just a machine and being a hero, you know, it was very lonely for him in that experience, and so he makes the change to go, you know, to make a big change. And I'll be quite honest with you, you know, I was kind of surprised that he does make the decision. I wasn't sure they were going to go all the way with it. Mm-hmm. So you know, it was a pleasant surprise. Now I will say, I was worried they would go down the Superman thing. You know, I don't want my powers, and I'm going to get beat up in a diner. But you know, that they don't go that far. But you know, you do see that he'd gotten used to his powers, and without them, you know, there were things that he missed.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually, it's funny you mentioned the Superman reference. I actually thought that was once they made the decision for him to do it, which kind of surprised me. And I said, oh, I like when they do things on the show. They veer left when I think they're going to go right, whatever. I love when shows do that. But then when it happened, I had that thought. It's like, oh, I kid you not. I did have the Superman 2 thought. Especially, I just got a shirt with General Zod on it the other day, so it's very cool. So it was in my head recently. And I was like, oh man. I said, and the only way it would have been okay with me is if they did a straight up homage. If they just went for it. Just like the entire, which then would have played differently, because, well, it's got to be like a redneck hick trucker that does it. Ooh, that's going to play a little differently now with someone who looks like Victor Stone as opposed to Clark Kent.
Right.
Anyway, all this talk of identities makes me think of personalities, which makes me think of the next person. Jane. So with Jane, there's been trouble brewing in the land of multiple personalities, which really stems initially from Kay, you know, who is like, you know, the girl who all these personalities are part of, actually. Kay basically wanting a new pair of shoes because she's outgrown her old ones. Oh, the air is so thick with metaphor here. Mm-hmm. So Jane, our Jane, she argues with the Dr. Harrison personality. On confession time, I actually had to look her up because I couldn't remember if she had appeared before this season, which if that had not been which would have annoyed me. But it turns out she did appear, albeit briefly, but she did appear briefly in the episode Pain Patrol, which was the 3rd episode of season 2. That's the one where the alters want Jane to give up her status as the primary alter, and they eventually lock her up. So it's kind of, perfect episode for that character to have appeared in before. Back to this. Jane, she basically defies everyone else by letting Kay go up to the outside or real world, which ultimately doesn't work out so well. And after she returns, the other alters, they pretty much try to prevent Jane from talking to her from that point on. And I would say, there's bigger stuff that happens with Jane, but it's really about those final 3 episodes. But that's really what goes on with her as far as these middle 3 here. So she's really kind of, this is a very good, again, much like Larry to a certain extent, these storylines which kind of, she feel like she's not part of anything else other than what's going on. And Jane is very much inside her own head, probably more than anyone else, for good reason, because she's dealing with like 100 other personalities there, so it kind of makes sense. Not someone you rely on in a fight.
Yeah. It's interesting. I looked her up on one of the wikis. I don't remember if it was Doom Wiki or whatever. And I found it amusing that, in all those superhero wikis, it lists like their biography and their powers. And it said Dr. Harrison's powers are psychoanalysis and charisma. a very unique powers section. But, Kay going to get I really like the scene where you can watch what's going on through the viewfinder. Mm-hmm. I thought that was really neat, and it, maybe it's because it makes me think of going to, Mount Rushmore or something as a kid and looking through those long range finders to look at stuff. But I like the device that there is a way you could watch what's going on. So Jane was able to view her, when she went to the top and went to the town. And as we talk about the show zagging, I like when she's in town and runs into the guy and it, acts menacing. And then he's a really nice guy who says, be careful. And, there's a street here. And, you see the anxiety of letting Kay go up top for the first time and who knows how long. And, this story is told in a different way than the other stories, in that Jane's not really falling apart. Her personal journey is having conflict, but if you believe Kay getting to go up for the first time in forever and wanting the desire to go up and not hiding behind her personalities, the person she's in actually, may be getting better or stronger, but that doesn't bode well for Jane, because the catch-22 is if she gets better, she doesn't need you anymore.
Right. Yeah, exactly correct. It's also interesting when you have these other storylines that are going on that are very, not self-contained. What's the phrase I'm looking for? The other characters' journeys tend, except for the who is saving for last, and even her to a certain extent, feel very isolated. They're very much they're either by themselves or practically by themselves, or whereas Jane has all this stuff going on with the alters, with Kay, whatever. It's she's in the I keep wanting to call it the underworld, but it's not the underworld. What do they call it?
The underground.
Underground. Thank you. Underworld. That would be a totally different kind of thing. Chains in hell. But,
that would be Kate. Then it would be Kate.
Right. I have no problem with Evangeline. Anyway, so let's switch over to Cliff. Oh, Cliff. Cliff, who believes his brain is rotting with Parkinson's disease. He goes even further down his path of addiction, from video games to webcam girls to gambling. He's making deals to sell off the team members' personal belongings. He even sells the very blueprints to his own mechanical body, and that's going to come back to bite him in his metal ass a little later on. It's interesting. The Cliff stuff, I know at least for for the most part, the Cliff stuff is played for comedy, which is fine. But it's interesting when you really think about it. In a lot of ways, what's going on with Cliff is actually the worst of all the things going on, because he's only a brain, and it looks like he might actually genuinely have Parkinson's disease.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Yeah, and it's really terrible that while he's starting to repair a relationship, that the only organic part of him is betraying him.
Yeah. And again, as he mentions later on in the series, he was already someone who was given to give in to an addictive nature, and I can certainly relate to that to a certain degree. But what he does here, hey, look, Robot Man's a great character. He's so much fun to watch on this, and I would talk about someone I'd like to see crossover to the other show that we're going to be talking about later on. That would be an amazing multiverse event, but that'll probably never happen. But I can dream.
And I think we can all thank Cliff for being maybe the first person since Al Swearingen to drop about 20 F-bombs a show.
Oh my gosh. Yes,
I mean, I've never sat and counted. I remember I watched an episode of Deadwood one time and just was curious. And I think there were 57, fucks by Al Swearingen. I'll bet you might be able to top that in an episode of Doom Patrol.
It's hard to say with his character specifically, but I'm telling you, because he's basically the one who curses. Jane will drop the occasional F-bomb herself as well. That's pretty much it. Anyone else, it's rare, if ever. And then you have the other show that we're going to be talking about later on in this podcast. They say fuck a lot.
Yeah.
On that show. I kid you not, there is, I might post it on our Facebook page later this week if I remember. There's like a minute and change little video. I think I saw it on Twitter. I don't remember if it was James Gunn who posted or someone else. It was just a behind the scene of just that entire cast just saying different version of the word fuck. It's that important to the DNA of that show. This character, but on Doom Patrol, it's important to the character of Cliff. You take fuck away from him, you don't got too much left. It's interesting, all these great DC shows that are on HBO Max between Doom Patrol, Peacemaker, and I'll give you Harley Quinn as well. It's like, wow, DC learned that the one way to actually have a good series or show is just say fuck a lot. Okay.
They do.
Yeah, doesn't quite work as well for Titans, but whatever. Anyway, I'm still watching it. So let's now just get to the character who I think is probably the almost surprisingly, because maybe I didn't anticipate it when the season's kicked off. Maybe the most important character of the season, as far as the actual Doom Patrol members, at least in my mind, that's Rita.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, because so much revolves around her, And also, I think she also, I'll take revolves, and I'll get rid of that R. In some ways, she also evolves the most of all the characters on the show. At least anyone in Doom Manor. Is it really called Doom Manor? Anyway, so after going back to that from Dada Patrol on, she's trying to sort out how and why she appeared in that old film reel of Laura DeMille's. That's the one where, it looks like Laura DeMille can turn into a bird. I love the explanation for the title in the later episode. I think it's in 1917 Patrol, where I think it's supposed to be like, woman petting cat. And, there's no cat in the film at all. It just because it turns, the character from Dada, turned out she was like allergic to cats or something.
Yeah,
so
allergic to cats.
Yeah, so instead of changing into a cat, she changed into a bird, I guess. Oh man. So anyway, Rita somehow fixes Laura's time machine. Not sure how she does that, but okay. And she takes it to 1917. Hence the episode 1917 Patrol. However, as we might have guessed from what happened with the Laura DeMille character, we see that an unfortunate side effect of using that time machine is that it leaves the time traveler with a serious case of amnesia. And, of course, as luck would have it, on top of that, Rita is pretty quickly captured by the Bureau of Normalcy. So she goes there. She becomes known as Bendy. Bendy.
Yeah, Bendy.
And while she's there, she also bonds with a few other metahuman personnel, and they actually form their own little secret society, which is what eventually becomes the Sisterhood of Dada. But we also notice something with her. She starts becoming way more adept at actually using her abilities. I mean, she's stretching her limbs like she's Plastic Man or Mr. Fantastic or Elongated Man, or pick whatever stretchy superhero you could think of. And she becomes like the dream mailroom worker.
Yep. It's a great scene, and it's the first time we see her in full control of her powers.
Right. Because you realize, I mean, and I think we knew this from the get-go with her, she is almost the most literal version of someone who just, when their confidence and self-esteem is taken away, she just dissolves, and she like literally dissolves into a pile of goo. So you see here with that amnesia, and she doesn't remember, she gets to almost reconstruct and rebuild her life. And with these friendships and these bonds that she forms, she has confidence. And she has self-esteem. Although, it's interesting that I just said that when you think about that dance routine she comes up with later on.
Yeah. Look at me, don't look at me.
Yeah. I think it's love me, don't look at me.
Yeah, love me, don't look at me. That's it.
Which, for someone with the star mentality that she always had, and she doesn't remember that she was, a Hollywood starlet or whatever, but it's still you can see how it's still playing. Some of it's coming through. Her not self-esteem. I already mentioned that word a few times, but you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. I'm such a good podcaster.
No, like her. In 1917, like the parts of her personality that were charismatic, that were confident, the actress, her abilities, sort of the best of her manifests there. All parts of her personality, manifest in that setting. So much so that even you see her sort of become a leader of them, and not sitting down, not accepting going to the, other lunchroom, wanting to be defiant and say like, hey, why won't people sit with us? Why do we have to go eat downstairs? Why are we separated? There's an interesting, commentary of the way you judge people as either they're a weapon or they're not a weapon. It's like, and if you're a weapon, you go to the front line, and we're being used obviously for the war. But if you're not a weapon, you're not valued. And you just do, the menial stuff that the people want you to do.
Right. And it's also, it's funny because she came from a present where she had formed a relationship with a small group of, people with other odd folks with odd abilities. And here she does it again. It's, the coincidence of that is it's very strange that she still was able to find herself in a similar grouping, in fact. One of the differences, of course, being in this one, she also has a special, I would even say, a romantic bond with one of the team members of the sisterhood, Malcolm, the man with a song in his heart and a bird in his chest. Maybe it's a songbird.
Which I think is an interesting analog for probably Larry. Because if you think of Negative Man, when the thing flies out of him, she's probably closest to him.
Yes.
And I think, if he were straight, she probably would fall for him. But this guy, like his sort of bird in the heart flying out and going out, it is sort of, it's akin to Negative Man. And I thought that was unique. The idea that, having a song in your heart, and apparently he can like just be invisible and appear. I liked the building of that relationship. And I believe that, maybe I'm a fool, but I believe that he's probably the guy from earlier in the season in the cave with the detectives, with the dead detectives.
Yes, he is.
Because there's something he said then that he says, I don't even remember if he said Bendy then or what. I should have went back and watched it, but unfortunately, I didn't have time. But that relationship was, really good for her and forms the rage and the anger that drives her the rest of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. And he absolutely was the character that they encounter in the afterlife, the weird man that seems to know who she is. That's who it is. It is Malcolm. So you're spot on there. It's also, by the way, just to throw in a little Doom Patrol factoid, because you said it, so it popped into my head, so I'm going to spit it back out at you. You mentioned the parallel or comparing him to Larry, and if you mentioned if Larry was straight, perhaps there'd be funny you should say that. In the original comics, back in the olden days of the Silver Age in the 1960s, one of the early things that were set up, I don't remember how long it went on for, but for at least for a little period of time there, both Larry and even Cliff, to a certain degree, were kind of sweet on Rita. But meanwhile, but Rita only had eyes for, more often than not, she only had eyes for the chief. So there was that. There actually was a little bit of Larry pining after Rita. I don't recall it lasting very long, and I actually have all those stories archived, but I haven't read them in a while. But I do remember that because I remember thinking, oh yeah, because it was a kind of a weird thing going on with the X-Men too, and it got me all angry all over again. With Jean Grey and Scott Summers and rip off. All right, anyway. So, but we also need to mention, if we're talking about Rita back in time, and because part and parcel of that storyline is Laura DeMille as well. And Laura DeMille is a member of that same society. And she largely helps to keep their secret, even though she is working as that woman who, as you made a reference to, she's the one who rubber stamps whether new recruits or prisoners should be classified as weapons or not. So we stay in the past, and apparently, as I mentioned before, maybe it's if you have any kind of meta ability, you therefore never age. I think maybe that's what they're saying. Because think about it, when we see the Sisterhood of Dada again in 2000 whatever, they don't look any older.
They're looking pretty good, yeah.
They look pretty much all the same. So at this point, the calendar does eventually flip to 1949. So again, 32 years, Laura DeMille looks the same. No one really gives it a thought. Okay. I don't know why I'm making fun of it, but I am. But Laura DeMille, she is becoming more and more disenchanted with the sisterhood at that point. And she essentially betrays them to the Bureau of Normalcy. And that betrayal is what leads to... Do we call it an accidental death? I don't know how to refer to Malcolm's death there. I mean, it wasn't Laura's intention for that to happen. So I guess in that sense it's accidental. But it was one of the other normalcy thug soldiers who shoots him, right? Isn't that what happens?
Yeah. I would call it a negligent death and not intentional. Like reporting them and with what happened, you could see that would be a possibility, but I don't think it was her intention for that to happen.
Oh, no. I know. I understand. It was one of those things I was trying to decide early on, maybe when I was first watching this season, if I felt that Rita's hatred and need for revenge was completely justified. And I ultimately decided, yeah, it is. Okay.
So. Yeah, I mean, I think it's enough that she betrayed them, and then the betrayal resulted in that, and
right.
And she wasn't. I mean, I wouldn't call her the leader, but I would sort of say that she was like an equal with the others, kept their secret, and kind of mentored Rita in the Dada way.
Yeah. I would say that as well. Yeah, if I was going to say anyone was the leader, I would probably say it was. I don't know. You know what? I bet I might have her name written later in my notes. I just can't remember it off the top of my head. The blonde woman. I feel like she's kind of. If someone is a leader of that group, I would say it's her. I'm just drawing a blank on her name right now. Such a good podcaster. So, but yeah, but it totally makes sense that Laura's betrayal and what it leads to, that becomes the foundation for Rita's need for vengeance in the later episodes of this season. So when we do reach the end of, I would say, the 7th episode, Bird Patrol, that's when you have Rita and the Sisterhood are summoning the remaining members of the Doom Patrol and Laura DeMille to bear witness to something that's, on one hand, it's just so bizarrely, fantastically strange, but it's keeping right in line with not just this season, but this series entirely. If you think about it, what we witness is the birth of some sort of bird-like creature that kind of sort of creepily looks like Malcolm, actually, that then suddenly splits into all these smaller versions of itself, but that look a little bit like the Doom Patrol or something, and it kind of ends up transporting each member away somewhere. It's a very strange moment on the show, because I remember the first time I saw it, I was going, wait, what the fuck just happened? what is this? It's like, oh, and now we're going to find out what this whole eternal flagellation means, which is one of those weird phrases like, I know what I think it means, but I'm pretty sure that that's not where they're going with this show. But then again, after what they did with Flex Mentallo back in season 1, I wouldn't put anything past this show. So.
Flagellation can be spiritual or sexual, Scott. So
yeah, well, I'll take your word for it. I lead a pure, unadulterated life, so I wouldn't know.
You are a monk, yes.
That's right. Yeah, I have OCD and everything. Oh, different monk. So this all brings us to Subconscious Patrol. So let's first go back to 1949. And believe me, as you might guess, as people for the few who know me well, they should have imagined I was kind of like leaping out of my skin with joy. Laura joins the Brotherhood of Evil. Oh, makes me, just being able to say that makes me happy. A supervillain organization led by the Brain, with the gorilla-bodied help of Monsieur Mala. Makes me so happy to say this. And now she's going by a new name that they've hit upon, Madame Rouge. Rouge. It's always makes. I remember when I was a kid, I used to think it was Rogue. I was like, no, kids don't know the word Rogue. But I thought Rogue's Gallery. No, it's Rouge. It just, look, for a classic Doom Patrol fan like me, it makes me happy just to be able to say this. I could not believe I was seeing this in live action. I mean, even seeing it animated makes me happy because it's so rare. But live action, oh my god! So her mission by joining the Brotherhood of Evil was to travel to the future and steal Niall Calder's inventions for their own nefarious purposes. Who knows? Either it be world domination, make a few bucks. Who knows? They wanted them. Now Rita also tries to time travel. But she goes and stops her 2021 version of herself from leaving that resort, if you remember that episode. Mm-hmm. The one that leads to her, as well as the rest of the team, being killed by Samuelson. But that is what's ensuring that she will be on that trip to the underworld, where she's going to encounter that mystery man that we've already stated. That turns out to be Malcolm. Kind of one of the reasons why she goes and stops that from happening. So about that eternal flagellation. So apparently what it turns out to be, it causes everyone to switch places with their subconscious selves. I love this concept. It's there's a little part of me that almost wishes, man, when we learn that this actually affected everybody in the world, it was interesting that we didn't get to see how anyone else got affected by it, because you start getting curious about that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the main thought I had. Is it would have been cool just to see like a couple of short, segments of people having to deal with this in the real world.
Right.
But I will say this. The neat thing is that for the first time in a long time, and maybe ever, but I think they didn't before, we actually get to see like the people, and we get to see Brendan Fraser, and we get to see Matthew Bomer, and we all see it. We see them all in one place, and we know that they're all separated out. And
right. Yeah, obviously I shouldn't say obviously, but they've certainly both been on the show before in as more than just voices, but it might be the first time we've seen them together in one.
Right, all in the same room.
I think that's true. I don't want to be, I don't want to say that for certain, because I haven't like replayed every episode in my mind, but just the more I think about it, the more likely I think that has to be true. But but in any event, it's so rare that when you see it, it's striking. Like, oh, absolutely.
You're like, oh, look, there they all are. Like the real people.
Actually, they actually had to work that week. Yeah, but just flipping briefly back to just the idea of everyone else. What I kind of wish they had done, again, love this episode anyway, but I kind of wish they'd done, I didn't need to see strangers and them experience it, because I don't care. But I wish they'd just given me just like a minute, just like a montage, if you will, but with dialogue. So, a lengthy montage of other people that we've seen in this Doom Patrol universe and them experiencing this. Like the guy who's basically Constantine, but he's not really Constantine. I would have liked to have seen what his subconscious, or we hear about Vic's dad, but we don't get to actually see what it is. I would have liked to have seen that. And you could probably think of other characters. What about that beard, the guy who eats beards and stuff? Whatever happened? Mr. Nobody's still somewhere. Did he get to experience this? That would be interesting. Anyway, I wonder these things. So here, as you mentioned, we do get to see the human-looking versions of both Cliff and Larry, so we do get to see them beyond just being voices. But more odd than that, Vic's subconscious self is a childhood toy. It's a sadly rare action figure of color, General Tony. Love that actor, by the way, who plays General Tony. I've seen him a number of times. He always brings the goods. Yep. And possibly maybe the most logical of all, although Larry and Cliff's kind of make a lot of sense too, that Jane's subconscious self, of course, turns out to be Kay in adult form. So it's really kind of a fun episode, but where it really gets because we've just gone through multiple episodes of these characters on their separate journeys and their struggles and a lot of their struggles are dealing with them, how they perceive themselves and what they, their sense of identity, their sense of loss and, sense of mortality. All those things are impacting each one of them. And here we've brought them all together to have the shared experience and who each of them has to rely on at least to some extent in order to complete this journey. They still have to rely on themselves. It's their other selves, their subconscious selves, whatever. I just thought it's just a very ingenious way to approach the way the show had been marching forward for the last few episodes. And then you reach this point, it's like, oh, that's very clever. They're either really smart or they're just happy accents on the show, I think. And I just thought that was really smart.
Yeah. No, I really enjoyed it. And when I saw General Tony, I kept trying to figure out who it was, and I had to look it up. And just, for my own personal enjoyment, I'll say I looked him up, and he is the actor that played Hostetler on Deadwood. And that's where I remembered him from.
Mm-hmm. That makes a lot of sense. I've seen him a bunch of times. I always think every time I see him, I always go, he's always playing a cop, right? He's got to be playing a cop,
Well, I mean, the makeup where he looks like an action figure talking is awesome, and it was, that's what's I think interesting is that most of them it's some representation of themselves, but for Cyborg, it's not even himself; it's a toy. Like that I thought was an interesting choice, and I enjoyed it. But seeing him build basically and seeing General Tony build like a blanket fort,
Mm-hmm.
For them to go inside, and we get the soon to be the crazy trip through everybody's realities. But that seeing them together was really something. And I think that's the beginning of building the team that leads us to where the season ends, that them dealing with this stuff together and going through it together, meeting their real selves, I think probably means Doom Patrol will take a different direction next season, because a lot of the trauma we've been dealing with, obviously it's not cured, but some of it's confronted and dealt with, and they help each other through it. And I found it silly, charming, wonderful, and somewhat cathartic, the arc of using this device to put them in a room together where they all learn something about everyone else.
Right.
Like you can't not figure out who those people are without learning something deep about your teammate, and they all learn something about each other.
Right. Oh, one more thing about the choice they make of having it be General Tony and being a toy that occurred to me while we were talking about. I think my best thoughts about on the podcast are ones I just come up with on the fly. Whereas Jane, Cliff, Larry, it's some form of themselves, obviously, and human. The fact that one of the issues that Vic has had for all this time is that so much of what he is now artificial.
Right.
So the subconscious self being something that's based on, which is actually not an actual living creature, but something that is also artificial. Up until he has the surgery or whatever, Cyborg is the one who actually looks like an action figure himself. Remember the Micronauts? Anyway, so wow, that's a deep '80s drop for nobody. So yeah, but during the course of the episode, we have Cliff being confronted by his daughter about his addiction. You have Larry, who really can't part with that larvae, and this is when he actually brings it back home from the woods where he had abandoned it. Jane finds out that all the other personalities or alters, they're gone. It's just her and Kay right now. And Vic, Well, Vic completes the surgery. He completely rewrites all the nanobot mechanics that, well, make him cyborg. I mean, like I said before, it's still going to be metal under all that synthetic skin, but no more powers. And the other thing that kind of happens during all this is, yeah, Laura, she's in full possession of her memories now. And she ends up getting confronted by Rita, who also remembers everything. Which, all this really sets us up for those final 2 episodes of the season. That's the way I see it.
Yeah.
Now, that first one is Evil Patrol. And that's the one that begins with that story from Vic's dad. Well, it doesn't begin with that way, but early in the episode, you get that story from Silas Stone, about the reason why he really wasn't able to go see this football game that Vic played in his youth. And we get that whole story about how he was detained and mistreated by a security guard at Star Labs, in fact. And, that's where we really bring in the racial element here. And it's interesting how the way he describes how he approached what he did for his son, where he was literally trying to create a suit of armor for his child.
Right.
But here, it's interesting because Vic's listening and he certainly can feel for his dad and what he experienced, like with the guard and probably who knows how many other situations in his life. But at the end of the day, he just makes it clear he wasn't given a choice. He never let him decide how he gets to see himself, never mind how others see him as well. So I thought it was a very strong scene anyway.
Yeah, it was.
And I like that there was just a bit, it's not that there hasn't been substance between the scenes between Vic and his dad before. There certainly has been. And, I really like the way the kid handles the cyborg character, the Vic Stone character. And I also like the actor playing Silas Stone. We know him from a number of things, everything from Seinfeld to doing 8 million different cartoon voices over the years. Hey, it's Jackie Childs. But, that is Jackie Childs, right? It's, it's Greg Morris's kid, I think. Well, he's not really a kid anymore, but I just really enjoyed the scene a lot more than I think I would expect to enjoy a scene between these two. We're normally like, oh, there's not going to be any fun here. Can we just move on? It's like, no, it worked for dramatic purposes. I really enjoyed it. I really liked the scene a lot.
Yeah, I love the scene. I thought that it was, these two have danced around what's going on for a lot of the series. This got right down to it. Like this hit the bedrock of what the problem is between them, and really enjoyed it. I think the actor, his name's Jovan something, is really good. The actor that played his father was great in the scene. As far as emotional heft, this and Larry's scene were the two that I thought were, the most that impacted me the most emotionally. And the idea that, I did this to protect you, and it's like, well, but you never asked, and I didn't have a choice. And in protecting him, he thought he was doing what was right, but he also inadvertently took something from him.
Right. And
that is, and you can't get that back once it's gone. So I thought it was a great scene.
Yeah, absolutely. So we bounce back over to where we left off from the previous episode, which is the confrontation between Rita and, do I still call her Laura? I don't know. Madame Rouge, who points out to Rita that she'll never really get what she wants. But at this point, she's told, the Brotherhood of Evil is no more. And after she basically dares Rita to finally make good on her repeated threats and, come on, take a shot at her, Madame Rouge turns into a bird again and flies away. Flap, flap, fly, 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 fly. She flies away to find the Brotherhood of Evil. And she tracks them down, or what's left of them, to a retirement home in Florida. You want to talk about enjoyable scenes? Come on. So we look, the moment we hear Monsieur Mala on the on the little intercom, and then we hear the brain in the background, and they're certainly and they are certainly playing the brain in Monsieur Mala for laughs here, which is understandable considering. It's, as I always point out, the insanity of them. It's a gorilla wearing a beret and a bandolier like he's Chewbacca with this huge machine gun, whatever. Oh, and by the way, he speaks with a French accent.
Yes, wonderful.
And then you have the brain, who is literally a brain in this skull-shaped metal, electronic sarcophagus. Oh, it's so good.
Oh, when they brought them up, I was like, please, let's see this. And they go immediately to it, and it made me so happy.
And even the choice of voice they use for the brain, which if you had asked me if I could guess how they'd make the brain sound, would not be in my top 10 way you depict his voice. But I love the choice. Oh, it rhymed. Mm-hmm. I rhymed. I mean, they could have went a touch further if they wanted, and just like, all right, he's borderline Jewish. Let's just make it just you're already in Florida in a retirement community. Why not? But then it's like, wait, was he one of Seinfeld's parents? I don't know what's going on here. But he's not. But he's got a little bit of that. He sounds like the brain might be one of the chosen ones, a little bit. But he is there. He gives her, and by her I mean Madame Rouge. He gives her another mission to gain membership in what clearly looks like pretty much a dissolved and defunct group. I love just Monsieur Mala just being testy in the background in the kitchen. He clearly wants no part of this.
He's done.
And if anyone's wondering, yes, there's always been this, how do I put it? It's never, as far as I know, and again, I've not read everything, so who knows with certain writers, especially in the 90s, they might have gone there. I've always felt there was a certain really implied something to the relationship between the brain and Monsieur Mala. And if they're the two of them are sharing an apartment together in this retirement community, I'm not really sure how it works, but I'm pretty sure they're kind of telling me it. I'm pretty sure that's what you're saying.
They're very domestic.
Yes. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Right. So, meanwhile, back at Doom Manor, Rita is trying to rally the team, and that should be in air quotes, if anything, to go after Madame Rouge. But there are some pretty big issues going on here, because Vic doesn't have powers. Jane or Kay or whatever she is at this point, with no other alters, that's all that's left of Crazy Jane. She's not really exactly powerful at this moment either. Plus, she's a little preoccupied. Speaking of preoccupied, Larry's really all about the weird glowing larvae and not really much else. And Cliff really cares about trying to mend fences with his actual kin more than, going off on some mission or something. But unfortunately for Cliff, it turns out that Madame Rouge's mission is to steal his body for the brain. And that's where we get that whole scene with the evil CGI baby.
Yes. But let me say that the just to touch on the point you made.
Yep.
She tries to rally the troops at the point that as messed up as this team has been, that maybe this is the weakest they've ever been at that one point.
Right. And it's interesting. I mean, the Rita character is really, the more you think about it, like remember, going back to the early part of the season, she was the one that was entrusted with that stuff from the chief.
Right.
So he saw this in her. But if you really go by the way she has tended to be more often than not, I mean, she's the one who, will shut herself off in her room because she's just a pile of protoplasm, hiding under the covers. Or, she has so many issues with the outside world and how the slightest worry or concern, parts of her will start to melt and sag on the spot,
And she doesn't sag. She's rocking it.
No, I mean, she's this season is a huge one for her and how much she progresses. And I just realized I used those words. I'm so appropriate for what happens in the final episode, which made me very happy, but we're not up to that yet. So you have this wacky battle, this wacky fight scene. There's no real way, unless you're going to spend $100 million or something, to make, this weird evil baby with Madame Rouge's face look all that plausible. But it's still fun regardless, so you don't even care. Because it's like, all right, you do what you can with your budget. It looks fine. We'll go along with it. It's just so bizarre.
Oh, it's great. It was like Buster Keaton or Chaplin or something. The silliness of all of them, bouncing through the kitchen and back and forth and hitting it with a frying pan. it was I greatly enjoyed the scene when it first happened. One of the beautiful things about this show is at least once an episode you go, what the hell is happening? And, the baby starts to change and you're like, oh, okay. But I thought it was a wonderful little scene. And yeah, maybe it doesn't look like $1 million, but boy, is it entertaining and funny.
Exactly. Right. Oh, and I love the misdirection where we think it's going to be the daughter, but like, no, it's the baby.
Yeah, it's the baby.
So yeah, she's able to, pretty much kidnap Cliff after incapacitating him, and she kind of zaps out of there. But unfortunately for her, she gets zapped herself because, it's a brotherhood of evil. Come on, they're evil. So clearly they're going to betray her. How does she not see that coming? Oh, by the way, it's weird. I don't know if it's a running gag or something. Where whenever you're leaving people to die or fend for them, just go leave them in the woods somewhere. It's just what you do, apparently, especially this season. What are we going to do with the larvae? We'll just leave it in the woods. What is Miss Yamala going to do with my rouge? Let's leave her in the woods. But at least her doing this gives Rita a better shot of assembling the troops, because at least they have a reason they can get behind to save Cliff. Although, unfortunately for Rita, because, Larry has to be a little bitch. No, I'm just kidding, Larry. her motivations are at the very least called into question during that bus trip. And I love the fact that they not only do they go there, but even she admits she's doing this more because of revenge than to save Cliff, which I thought was kind of an interesting, that she didn't try to be noble about it. I thought that was kind of an interesting choice.
I think that one of the best sort of rules of this show is that very rarely does a character spout the sort of self-righteous nobility bullshit that so many superhero tropes contain. That oftentimes, what happens is chance, or what happens is, has some degree of self-interest to it. I mean, that was one of the beautiful things about the early seasons, is that the only person on this show that's ever spouted that type of stuff was always Niles Calder, and they called him on it repeatedly. Like, well, I did this, and it was to look at what you've done and this, and they would be like, yeah, but you ruined my life. And so their characters haven't shifted to take on that mantle. They all sort of are very pragmatic and realistic about things in a way that's refreshing and an interesting take on the superhero idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Geez, Niles Calder, the most horrifically Machiavellian character of, I've ever seen, just about. So, during this whole argument on the bus, we do step away to see what's happening in the call it the underground. I was going to say underworld again. And you see, we're following Kay around, and she seems to find a place. I don't think we see it. I think we just see her perspective of it. It looks like a place that's like consumed by evil forces, spirits. You hear moans and growls, whatever. Kay, she runs away, and she eventually runs and locks herself in a room, and she lets out a primal scream. That's how I would phrase it, a primal scream. Which, of course, then causes Jane to scream as well on the bus. And everything kind of goes crazy. Larry's larvae, goes into super electroshock mode. Shit goes bonkers, and the bus crashes right into the end credits, essentially.
Yes. And a glorious crash, too, where it, flips ass overhead. And
it's a crash no one should be surviving, is what
yes.
it is. I mean, the only one there that should technically survive it is Rita because of, the way her body should technically be composed. She would survive it. But Jane?
No. It's basically like a reverse Dukes of Hazzard jump.
Yes.
Like where the ass goes up in the air.
That sounds about right.
Instead of the nose of the car.
Yeah. Well, that takes us to the final episode of the season, which was a men's patrol. So we got that fog. We mentioned fog a little bit earlier.
Yeah, the character that played that was named after authors like Shelley Byron or Byron Shelley
Shelley.
That's
definitely her name is Shelley. So
yeah,
that's right. And she kind of feels like the de facto leader of that whole troop, anyway.
Yes.
So,
that's the person you were trying to think of earlier, and it just came to me.
Yep. Now she appears and she guides the more bewildered members of the Doom Patrol into the fog. Meanwhile, Rita's, she's remaining on mission to find and stop the Brotherhood. Maybe she might save Cliff, who knows. But back to the fog. That's where Larry finds out that the larvae actually wants to merge with him in order to stay alive. Like we were talking about earlier, it's much like that negative energy creature that says, so that's why we're thinking, maybe it's an early form of such a creature. Maybe it's a reincarnation of that creature. Maybe it's a descendant. It's one of those things. Who knows? Also, it turns out in that fog, that's where Jane discovers that's where all the other personas or alters, whatever we call them, that's where they've been hiding. We even go to that sweet shop that we'd seen before, and that's where some of them are dying. They're crumbling away. And Jane realizes that they need to return to the underground, but the only way that Jane can make that happen is to make a deal with Dr. Harrison. Because Dr. Harrison is she's kind of the de facto leader of the Alters, it seems, at this point. So she has to make a deal with Dr. Harrison, and we realize the deal is that she's going to hand over the reins as primary to her. Or at least that's what she says she's going to do. So that's what, I think if I recall the episode, that's what gets the Alters to kind of unite. And the tunnel had caved in, right?
Right.
Was it the scream that caused all that to happen?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right. It's not like I didn't watch it just a few days ago, but my memory's not the way it used to be because I'm old. So anyway, Mala abandons the brain and leaves Madame Rouge alive. And apparently, what he was supposed to do was, kill her. And for some reason, that it wasn't simply that take her to the woods. There was this part of the woods where it's like, a cliff that overlooks where, for who knows how many years, the Brotherhood of Evil has just dumped crap.
Yeah. The illegal dump.
And apparently one of the things they dumped once upon a time was a very old school looking giant robot. It looks like something out of a old Fleischer cartoon that would be fighting Superman in 1942 or something. So what ends up happening is Madame Rouge has Cliff's brain put into that gigantic body that was left at the dumping grounds. I'm going to put I guess it works because the brain must have tried that himself at one point, so that device had to be there, and then she just put his brain into it. I guess that's what they did. It's not, we don't see it, so we just have to go along with it. It's fine. Who cares? I don't know why I just love that. I love the simplicity of that robot so much. I just dug it, really.
Yeah, it wasn't much to it, but there's a console in the middle that you just put a brain in, and it works somehow.
Yeah. I love the levers and pull.
Oh yeah,
I love that. So, wow. During Rouge and Cliff's little rampage there, they are looking for the brain. The brain is now in Cliff's body. By the way, I love that the whole scheme was never about world domination or taking over or anything. The brain just wanted to get some.
Yeah.
The retirement community. He just wanted to be like big man on campus, old man style or something. I love him dancing around. I love the ridiculous clothing he puts on. We don't even get into the fact that, if you're in Cliff Steele's body, you actually can't feel anything. How much fun? All right. Whatever you say, brain. I guess when you were nothing more than a gigantic Roomba before, I guess it's a step up or something. But I think he's trying to escape. Was he still in the golf cart when when the giant robot steps on it?
I think so. And let me say, I want to give a shout out to the actor that plays the Cliff Steele body. The way he moved as the brain was pronouncedly different than when he's Cliff.
Oh yeah.
The sort of, I don't want to say like elegance or grace but he moved with sort of a lightness and that you don't see when Cliff, was in control of the body. And I thought it was wonderful seeing him dance with the lady at the club. I mean, it was delightful, and it's one of those things about this show that it's both funny and it's kind of tragic. Yeah. Like that's as good as he could do. Based on his own situation, and but wonderful.
But there's something kind of weird, bizarrely beautiful about the whole thing, and
Yep.
You're right what you're saying, because when it's Cliff, he lumbers, whereas this with the brain, he's light on his feet. The whole situation where he's dancing by himself in the apartment is just beautifully realized. I love that they have vinyl recordings of themselves.
Yeah.
That what he's playing, the French song, that's the brain singing. So he puts on a record of himself singing.
And the art and the art direction to like have designed an album cover.
Yeah, he actually
so great. It's not like a burned CD-ROM. It's an actual vinyl album printed cover. It's great. The detail's great.
For themselves.
And the music does convey in a weird way. You're like, oh, it's spring in France.
Yes, it's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So, when Rita eventually makes her way to the retirement home, what was that? Anyway, it wasn't me. She finds him, and obviously, he's not in great shape after being crushed by a giant robot. But she has him propped up by the table, and they're having a conversation how he's going to help her take down Madame Rouge and so on and so forth. And you wonder the way Rita's acting, I can't imagine she's really going along with this. And I wonder if when someone's watching for the first time, do you know immediately what she's up to when she's boiling that water?
I didn't. And I think that it throws you off because although the voice is different, the body looks like Cliff. That's what's jarring about it.
Yeah. But kind of realize that when she walks over there with the water, and you realize, I didn't see a cup with a tea bag anywhere. Plus, she's not drinking tea, and he can't drink tea. Wait a minute. What is she gonna? Oh my God, his brain is exposed.
Yes.
So yeah, she basically pours boiling water on the brain the actual brain of the brain, which effectively kills him. So meanwhile, Cliff has gone to make amends with his daughter, but remember, he's still in the giant robot body. And by the way, can I just say how much I adored the depiction of him traveling across the country, and they went into this cartoonish, shot of like him walking across the map.
Yes, loved it. Loved it, and I wanted him to step in Kentucky because he went right near where I live, and he didn't. It was much like many people of taste, he avoided Kentucky. So,
I said, well, when you're taking a walk, if you see something in the road you want to avoid stepping in, anyway. I kid Kentucky. Why would I say that? But yeah, it's like something out of a Looney Tunes cartoon. It'd be like watching Bugs Bunny make his way across country or something. But he does eventually make his way back to the mansion, but it's around that point he loses control of the giant robot body, presumably because of his Parkinson's. So you have that problem. Now he's set off marching away from the mansion, and he's heading to town. That poor little town that always has to bear the brunt of whatever bullshit the Doom Patrol is dealing with.
And I love the scene at the baseball field when the kid just goes, "Robot."
Robot. It's ridiculous.
So great.
And I also loved at the mansion, obviously, forgetting the people who don't have powers, but when Larry comes flying out, he's kind of like, oh my God. When Larry merged with the larvae, oh, by the way, and that was totally through the help of, Vic,
Cyborg.
Vic. Which showed, look, he can be a hero even without powers. Yeah, whatever. But I love when Larry comes flying out and it's like, oh shit, Larry's going to be so much more powerful now and he can do this stuff. And then you're like, it's almost like you can almost hear, he might as well have had like a sputtering sound. Like, and he crashed. Yeah, maybe not so much. But it's Rita who goes after him. And again, being an old school Doom Patrol fan, other than seeing the brain and Monsieur Mala in this season, the next thing to make me super happy was Rita Farr exhibiting probably the power comic book readers know that she's best known for. It's not really the stretching stuff or that weird pile of goo shit, whatever. It's that she can grow into a giant. She can either become super tiny, or she can go totally Goliath. Like, for you Marvel people, kind of like what they do with Ant-Man, okay? Except, again, did it before him. Or maybe, did he? Anyway, yes, she did. She becomes giant. She becomes a giant version of Rita Farr and stops the robot in his tracks. I thought it was amazing. It's like, she can do everything. She can do all the shit now. It's great. Love it. Made me so happy.
Yeah, it was great to see her get control and not only get control of her powers, but be formidable with her powers.
Oh yeah. Well, once they realize she can do something like that, it's like, oh, we're not fucking around anymore. So with all this, back at the Mint, Rita actually is able to convince everybody to be a super team. That's what you were talking about before. That's what the season has led up to, is that them actually being an actual... They've always been this dysfunctional family, and now they're going to be a team. They're going to be an actual team on top of that. Although we still have some issues with some of them.
Sure.
So and then we have it ending with they have to go to the Suez Canal to fight this giant creature that literally looks like a giant ball sack. I believe they do they refer to his testicles on the show? I can't remember.
They say somebody said it looks like testicles, and they said it's a giant nut sack with demonic pubic tentacles or something like that. Like something just so outrageous.
And they figured out the way to get there is kind of adapting some of that time machine technology along with Cliff, who's still a giant robot. And did I leave out that Madame Rouge wants to be part of the team, and they decide to allow her to do that. That way she can keep an eye on her. So yay, means we'll get at least one more season with Michelle Gomez. That should be interesting. By the way, I love it's a mildly meta joke here that the name that Cliff wants to call them is Doom Force as opposed to Doom Patrol. Going to go out on a limb here. As Marvel readers know, there was another team of mutants somewhat after the X-Men that were known as the X-Force. So I'm pretty sure they're doing a little cute poking a finger at the people who ripped them off. So now my only issue with that final episode, and I believe I mentioned this on the Best of 2021 podcast, so I will repeat it briefly here. And I liked it. I liked it a lot. I just wish two things. There's a missed opportunity, and maybe he wasn't available because of whatever, but he could have just taken 5 minutes to record a voice. That's all I needed. They kind of missed an opportunity to exploit the fact that in the actual comics there is a major connection between Mr. Nobody and the Sisterhood of Dada. They didn't go there, which surprised me because it was right there for them. And so much of what we've seen in these 3 seasons has been taken from that time, from those storylines. Everything. I mean, if you can do Danny the Street, then you can do, you can do this.
Although I will say, I think they paid homage with the narrating voice of the Time Machine.
Oh yes, that's right. I forgot about that.
They sort of did an homage to Mr. Nowhere with the Time Machine narration, like "Shut up," and she continued to try to be.
Yeah,
I mean,
that was very strange but beautiful. I love that little bit.
Yeah, I like that bit too.
Mr. Nowhere is his kid, I'm guessing. No, I'm just kidding. That would be a good name for everyone too, Mr. Nowhere. Mm-hmm. You call it Mr. Nowhere, he's Mr. Nobody.
Mr. Nobody. Okay, sorry.
No, Mr. Nowhere is a good name too. Could be if they form a team. And then there's Mr. Know How, and anyway, stupid. So that didn't even make any sense. So there was that, but that's minor, and who cares? Whatever. But I would have liked a little something, and they could have, you could have done, because it's all in vogue with the kids these days, with these comic book things. Maybe you do a little mid credit thing, whatever. I would have liked a little, if not a cliffhanger, not exactly, but just a little tease of something, an upcoming threat of whatever you want to call it for the next season. I kind of wished we had gotten that. So I was disappointed we didn't get that.
I had that thought, and I'll tell you what my thought was. Since you're the writer and I'm the test audience, I'll pitch you an idea. My idea was to cut mid credits back to them at Doom Manor, recovering from their battle, and that phone rings again. And Rita does go answer it, and you hear a voice that may or may not be familiar and says something about, what's coming, what's going to happen. And Rita just ever so slightly smiles, cut to black.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm kind of surprised that they don't come up, and that could be a way to do it, because this show, I don't think we would question anything if they do it on the show, because the show is bonkers. So I don't care if you're showing me that the chief is dead, he's just a head now. That what's the name is running on. It's like, if you're telling me if you're gonna make me believe that the chief can never come back from the dead, I'm pretty sure he can. I'm pretty sure they'll find a way. I feel like it's just a matter of time. Yeah. I mean, what else is Timothy Dalton doing? Really? Come on. So that
or at the very minimum, you could have him do a cameo with the Dead Boys next season or something.
Come on, give us something, give us more. But but the show has been renewed. We'll be getting a fourth season.
Yes.
I would be shocked if we got it before 2023, but you never know. But I would be. I don't expect it unless they get something done by the very end of the year. I just think they need a lot of lead time for the show. So we'll see.
Yeah, and the two other things I just wanted to briefly touch on, that I loved the felt puppets for Jane's reality. I love the sort of outer limits swirl that they jump through between realities when Cliff left his stripper party through that.
Right.
And I have to say, the other scene that I alluded to earlier but didn't talk about was Larry talking to his mom in the church.
Right.
Like, I thought that was, whatever you feel about Larry, to go back to that moment that, basically I prayed so you should be better, and it's disappointing to me that you would make a terribly morally bankrupt choice, is how his mom sort of phrases it. It was a really emotional scene, and the way that was played between the actress and Matt Bomer was I thought that was a great scene. To that and the scene with Cyborg and his dad, I thought were the two sort of standouts of them revisiting the past things that sort of gave a little that were punched above their weight a little more than sometimes the show does.
Right. See, this is what happens when I didn't, because in my recent rewatch, since we waited 3 or 4 months to do the podcast, I didn't rewatch the first couple that we had to talk about here. I just kind of went through whatever notes I had from way back when. Mm-hmm. So I had forgotten about that. The stuff with his mother was like, it was like, gut punch territory. It's like, oh my God.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but the puppets, and when all the puppets destroy Lammy, the
oh yeah, well,
lamb that they went in the well, and just the art direction on this show is pretty remarkable. From the, like we've talked about, the album cover, the felt puppets, from back in season 1, the unicorn rainbow butt portal. I mean, the art direction on the show is really something, and there was some great stuff this season too, including all of the Dadas. I mean, what's the guy with the wind wings? Frenzy, is that?
I think so.
I think his name is Frenzy. The art direction this season was absurdist in a really good way, and I think if to sum it up, I think the only criticism when we did our year-end list that you and I both had is that we wanted maybe a little more of them together, but we got really good stuff. We got maybe some resolution to some of the issues, and it really makes me look forward to season 4, the prospect of them being, slightly more towards a team. Right. It has me excited to see what the next season will bring.
Yeah, and also we have a lot of questions going into that season about the current state of where they are. Does Cliff presumably at some point get an actual normal-sized robot body again? Will this season start off that way? And because with the blueprints, although there was that interesting reveal that we got from the brain when talking about his body, how Cliff doesn't seem to realize what a marvel of engineering he had, because there's also magic involved. It wasn't purely science, which is very intriguing, which means there may be more to it, and Cliff just doesn't know how to tap into the potential of that body. So I'm curious if they might go there, and maybe he won't, quote-unquote, lumber around as much as he did when they get there. What about Vic? Does Vic become Cyborg again? It'll be kind of weird if he's really not. If in this universe he's no longer actually Cyborg ever again. you start to wonder, and will there be a point to him? And I know that might be a struggle. That could be a storyline for him, but it almost in a weird way, and it's unfortunate they're both. Not unfortunate for them, but just the similarity is not because they're both men of color, but it reminded me when I was watching a few years back when I watched the show Legends of Tomorrow, and they had the character Firestorm, and on that show it was a combination of these two characters who had Victor Garber as the older scientist, and the younger character. Jackson, I think his name was, because they didn't use Ronnie Raymond for that Firestorm. I think the kid's name was Jackson. Anyway, they got to a point where they wasn't really doing the Firestorm stuff anymore. And to be honest, they never really exploited it the way they should have anyway, because Firestorm has amazing powers and they just use them to throw fireballs all the time. It was lame. But at a certain point, he wasn't Firestorm anymore, and it seemed like, well, what else can he do? They're like, oh, I just fix stuff in the engine room. Yay, that's kind of pointless. And gee, I wonder why they ended up writing your character off the show. So I worry about that with Vic. Is like, well, at a certain point, if you don't have any abilities, then you're really like a team mascot at that point. You don't think it doesn't really make sense that you'd be part of the team. So I'm curious what they're going to do there, especially with a character who's actually well known even outside of a show like Doom Patrol. So I'm curious what they're going to do.
Right. Yeah, there's questions. Will the underground, the number of people in the underground be pared down? And as you said, Larry sort of false started trying to get the spirit out of him, and so I mean they're not at 100%, but that's what's sort of exciting about seeing them get together and go, and I thought it was funny that they set the time machine for 3 minutes in the future. We're going to go there 3 minutes in the future. It's like, well, why, if you could do the time machine, why wouldn't you just go to now? Like, but no, 3 minutes in the future. So, yeah, I think there's a lot to look forward to. I did notice at the end of the latest episode of Peacemaker, which we're going to be talking about in a minute, that one of the promos was for Doom Patrol. And I hope, obviously, enough people have watched it that it got another season. But I hope maybe people watching that see the trailer and give it a chance, because it's unique in the world of superhero shows. It's really unique. It's done in a really out there artistic way and given license to do ridiculous things that most superhero comics wouldn't, their properties wouldn't be allowed to be portrayed this way and wouldn't tell these sort of ridiculous stories. But they're told with a lot of heart, and the show looks great. It's funny, and I hope people check it out.
I absolutely agree, and I did notice that ad for Doom Patrol after the last episode, and I had a similar thought. I was like, oh, I hope this leads to people checking it out. I mean, it's not the days of binging. It's not like oh my god, there's like 100 episodes. Why would I bother? Like, no, you got 3 seasons. They're not that long, and the first one, which looks like the longest season, it's the best season. You're gonna love watching that one. At least that's what I would tell those people. Okay, decision time that I will either cut out or leave on this podcast. We'll see where we go. So, Brian, we do want to talk about Peacemaker, and I don't think we only want to spend a minute or two on it.
No,
I am looking at the clock.
It is 1:30 in the morning.
It's 1:30 in the morning right now. If we proceed, I will be shocked if we're done before 3.
I would say you're right.
Now we can do one of two. We can forge ahead. I'm totally awake and I can proceed, or we can stop now. And if we want to pick up the recording, depending if you're available tomorrow or not. If you're not, then that would obviously make that kind of unlikely. We can record half today and half tomorrow. It's up to you. I don't mind, because I would be awake at that point anyway, because I'm an idiot. But I don't want to screw up your your career here for a podcast?
Well, I think Peacemaker will take some time. I don't know that it would be an hour and a half, but it certainly would be an hour.
Yeah.
I can do tomorrow if you want to cut from the end, and then we can jump into it tomorrow.
Yeah, we can do that. So we will now get into Peacemaker. Hold on to your socks. So obviously spinning off from the Suicide Squad movie, this is actually the first DC Extended Universe foray into television. I mean, there are already existing series, like Titans and Doom Patrol, but that's part of the DC multiverse. They're not part of the so-called unified universe of the Suicide Squad. And, you know what? There's so much confusion now, and there has been for some time, quite frankly, between what is and isn't canon with the whole Snyderverse debacle. And because, especially when, are we paying attention to what happened in the Joss Whedon Justice League movie? Or is it the Zack Snyder Justice League movie? Or are we ignoring both? Or are we cherry picking what we choose? Yeah, I don't like getting into the whole DC Marvel thing because some of it's kind of childish, and I'm a DC guy, so I'm automatically in the position where I have to defend DC half the time. But it's a little stupid. And just to further derail this, this what we're supposed to be talking about Peacemaker here, because I can't help it myself here. Speaking of the Snyderverse, could there be a more obtuse and embarrassing at times fan clique in all of geekdom right now than the people who not only like the Snyderverse films, because that's okay. Hey, you know what? I will even say there are things about those movies that I like. I might not like them as a whole, but I can find bits and pieces I like about them. But I don't have an issue if someone likes any of those movies. It's fine. But the fact that they will instantly hate on everything else, that they want the rest of the DCEU to be done that way and that way only, and they should all be following Snyder's lead and to use him whenever and wherever possible. And oh no, woe to anyone who might want to change or change anything about what he did or disregard anything he did. It's irritating. Even possibly more irritating than the people who lump all the DC fans in with those types, where they start talking about, everything DC does has that same color scheme and is dark and whatever. And I'm like, okay, first of all, Zack Snyder didn't invent that quote unquote color scheme. And yes, I am directing this at one person I know who may or may not listen to this podcast because I can't help myself, so I don't really care. It's like, but the color scheme you're talking about, it's a color scheme that David Fincher has used in several of his movies. Michael Mann has used in a few of his movies. And of course, Christopher Nolan, who's probably the guy who's really responsible for this, has used in some of his movies. So it's not just a Zack Snyder thing. So when you start talking about a different TV series or movie, it's like, it looks like it's a Zack Snyder thing. It's like, no, shut up. You're kind of defeating your own point there. But back to just the Snyderverse geeks, and whether you're dudes or dudettes or those who don't identify either way, look, Zack Snyder, he's not George Lucas, who actually created the Star Wars universe, and no matter how many successes and certainly failures he's had, he still should be and could be and will always be seen as the most knowledgeable and accredited voice in that universe of characters, despite whatever his lack of involvement has been over the last decade or whatever. Zack Snyder is not that guy. He's not. You know what he is? He's a fucking hired hand. Maybe a little bit more, but he's not much more. There was a Superman and there was a Batman, actually several of each, before him, and there will be after him. Those characters they're going to be movies about those characters
probably for the next, if this country and this world is around for another century, there will be Batman and Superman movies for the next century. Just like there's Sherlock Holmes movies for the last 100 years, or yet another version of Hamlet or whatever. The dude, he's not a great writer. He also hasn't gotten on board with really great writers either. And he's not really a great storyteller necessarily, but I've said it before, I'll say it again. He's a great visualizer. He knows how to stage a really brilliant at times action scene or sequence. But really, when you start getting beyond that, come on, be serious. Seriously. And I'm going to tell you one last thing. And look, I am going to find my way back to Peacemaker. This is how I do it. A lot of that, I think, infected David Ayers. His version, the first version of the Suicide Squad a few years ago, which I saw, and it's funny, I can uncover a positive review I did of that movie when I first saw it, which I cringe thinking about it now, but whatever. It had promise, and I think there were some things, obviously, I genuinely liked, but the overall story, and especially that second half of that movie, you know, how they handled and then bungled the Joker, and just the look and the feel, and you wouldn't send the Suicide Squad on a mission like this in the first place, kind of a thing. It did have the stinky whiff of Snyder's DC universe all over it. And maybe it's the suits at Warner Brothers that felt the need to continue that kind of push that impacted the look, the tone. It's more about tone than look, people. The tone and the overall finished product. And maybe that's why there's been a release the Ayer cut movement on Twitter, just the way they did with all the release the Snyder cut for the Justice League thing. Just stop it. It's embarrassing. Every geeky fan base has an embarrassing segment. Doesn't matter if it's Star Trek, Game of Thrones, oh boy. The MCU does too. You know, there's a scary segment of the Marvel fans who don't, oh no, you've made a female the lead in this movie, or someone, you know, or an ethnicity or a minority. I mean, good Lord, they go after things. Do you think all the hate about the Captain Marvel movie is just because Brie Larson wasn't the best choice for that part? No, she was fine. They just dumped the hell on it. Anyway, it's just, this happens to be the cringy one for DC. Thankfully, James Gunn didn't subscribe to any of that crap. So he did his own thing for his own version of the Suicide Squad. And that movie, you know, came out this summer, and unfortunately it came out at a time when the combination of, you know, fear of COVID, and as well as Warner Brothers deciding to release their movies and all on HBO Max at the same time, and all the hubbub and why people were upset about that. It's like, well, guess what? You're pretty much picking people's pockets when you do that, because movies are never going to make the money that they would have if they had just been a major theatrical release for that. That all kind of contributed to why that movie ultimately is seen as a failure, despite the fact that most people who saw it, most critics who reviewed it, were very positive about it. So, I mean, did you, I'm assuming you saw it on HBO Max. I can't imagine you saw it in a theater.
I did. I saw it on HBO Max.
I mean, it was fun.
Oh yeah. It's, you know, I think you make a lot of good points. I think that what we're talking about is not the difference between, say, you know, a Joel Schumacher and a Martin Scorsese. But Gunn knows how to tell story and work with characters. And Snyder is good with how things look. But he doesn't always get to the heart of matters. And James Gunn's great with the story. Not that the visuals are bad. I mean, no. The Suicide Squad movie was a bright, beautiful, crazy looking thing. And I like, he also pays homage to many classic character outfits and does modernize some others. But at the bottom of the line with James Gunn, he's a good writer who tells a story that has heart and humor in a way that Snyder, even some of the best attempts at storytelling, the character's a little lacking in a Snyder story for my taste.
I think, just to put a button on it, it's funny, I was doing all that and I wasn't even in my mind realizing I was pretty much narrowing this to a Gunn versus Snyder comparison, but it actually does come down to that just because of the way I framed it. Gunn, the thing with someone like Gunn, and there's a few others in Hollywood I can point to this way, but we're talking about James Gunn. James Gunn is a writer first. He's a writer who happens to be a director, as opposed to a director who, I'm going to try my hand at writing, which we've seen the major directors who every once in a while, they'll get a partial writing credit on a thing. Some guy named Spielberg is is an example of that. James Gunn is a writer first and foremost. If you're a writer, that already is implying to me that you already have more of an inkling about telling a story. And yes, I'm a little biased when I say that, but But I would say that about several people. Like Tarantino is a writer first, but he's also someone who loves film so much you can see how it impacts the visuals of his films and what he's if there's anyone who plays homage to any number of things with all his films, it's someone like Tarantino. The other thing about Gunn and why I would be more inclined to defend Gunn as opposed to compare it to someone like Snyder, I think Gunn has a greater appreciation for the source material and will honor that even if he's doing something tongue in cheek, it's being done with love. You can see that. So whether it be what he did with the Guardians of the Galaxy for Marvel, which, if you'd picked up whatever era of Guardians of the Galaxy actually featured any of those characters, because that wasn't the lineup I recalled when I had read a couple way back in the day. Although there was a Rocket Raccoon, so you did have some oddities and humor there. It certainly wasn't as funny as that movie was. Same with Suicide Squad. Suicide Squad, there's always been a little bit of dark, cheeky humor, depending which writer was working on it in the comics and what era we're talking about. And while the David Ayer version kind of touched on that at first, and then it kind of went away. James Gunn really mines that throughout that film, and I think it really works really well. One of the things what I love about with Gunn, what he did with Guardians of the Galaxy from the get-go, and what he got an actually greater opportunity to do with the Suicide Squad, was he was basically given a treasure chest and said, you can feel free to dig under all the A-list and all the B-list and all the C-list. Let's get to the lowest alphabet letter listers possible. And you can go to town there, because only the most hardcore comic book historian types were familiar with every character in that movie. I mean, I was fortunate enough to be familiar with some that others weren't. Like, I was like, oh my God, Polka Dot Man, are you kidding me? Polka Dot Man, who I think appeared maybe twice in the 1950s in some old Batman story or something. He probably appeared one or two other times, I'm sure. What's next? Condiment King? I was expecting him to show up. I think they made a reference to him even. No, maybe I'm thinking of the Harley Quinn cartoon, actually. But it was up to him to choose who he was going to use for that movie. So the fact that he went and picked someone like Peacemaker, who maybe had some tangential connection to the Suicide Squad, briefly here or there. But Peacemaker is an interesting character to have chosen. And and it's funny when you dive into the interviews and articles relating to that movie and the Peacemaker series, it wasn't until Gunn saw that John Cena actually had some surprising dramatic chops, which led him to think there's more that could be done with this character, and what ultimately led to them making the decision of selling DC and Warner Brothers on the idea of spinning off a series about him. And it's funny because if you actually knew the history of the Peacemaker character, I don't know if it makes it more or less surprising that all this has happened. So whenever we talk about things like, when we first talked about the Doom Patrol or other things over the years, back when we did the CW shows way back in the day, this is usually where I put on my little historian hat, to educate the masses about the comic books, so I Scot-splain comics to people. This is what I'm going to do now. But here, this is stuff people don't actually know, so I don't think it counts under the splainin' thing. Or if it does, fuck y'all. So, Peacemaker. Peacemaker was originally one of the rather colorful odd heroes from the publisher Charlton Comics. That was a considerably smaller comic book publisher that was born during the World War II era. I think actually dates back to 1940. And they kind of went bye-bye in the 80s. Now, they had a bunch of characters that most comic book fans are pretty familiar with. Such as Blue Beetle, who, by the way, is going to be getting a new version of Blue Beetle will be getting his own movie soon. The Question, Captain Atom, and, there's a handful of others. Now, Peacemaker was also one of these characters. It's interesting. The original Peacemaker was a character who specifically used non-lethal weapons. A little different, but was always all about using force to bring about peace. He just didn't kill people back then. I guess the original version of Peacemaker, the later version, he'd call that guy a candy ass. Anyway, so we fast forward through time. We get to where Charlton is failing, and DC Comics purchases the right to those characters. Not unusual for DC Comics to do that. They've done that several times over several decades. I mean, that's how they got Shazam and Captain Marvel when they took over the Fawcett comic characters. They did that with Charlton. When DC got Peacemaker, they eventually, the people who worked on that character, they kind of went a little bit darker with him. A little bit. The violence gets amped up. It's established he does now kill people. I kind of believe this might have been influenced just a little bit by the likes of like Marvel's The Punisher. I think there's a certain similarity there. Now, we do get to a crazy point in the comic books, and you can see where some of this starts to feed into what we saw. Maybe not so much with the Suicide Squad movie, but definitely with this current series. There's a certain point where it turns out Peacemaker's dad has been screwing with him and manipulating him, and we find out that his dad was a Nazi death camp commandant. So in the comics, his dad was not the White Dragon. That's actually a different character entirely. They just decided Gunn made a decision just to make him this. But we're still in the same ballpark of highly crazy, racist dad. Peacemaker also happens to believe he's haunted by the ghosts of all of his victims. So yeah, the comic, when DC got it, starts to get weirder and weirder. But he didn't show up all that often, so he would still be considered one of those very obscure characters who didn't really get used quite as much as those other characters I already mentioned that DC had got from Charlton. Namely Blue Beetle especially, and then like The Question and Captain Atom. There's one other thing, and some folks probably have already might be thinking this once I mentioned Blue Beetle and The Question and so on. Many people at this point, either it was after the Zack Snyder movie, and, oh, by the way, not a bad movie, but just whatever, or the Damon Lindelof-led TV series a couple years ago, they know what the original Watchmen was actually supposed to be based on the Charlton characters. But at the time, DC wouldn't allow Alan Moore to just out and out use them. They were just getting the rights to them. They didn't want to screw with them, whatever. So he created his own version of those characters. So everybody should know at this point, Rorschach is basically The Question. Actually, the truth is he's actually based on The Question and this old Steve Ditko character named Mr. A, but never mind. Dr. Manhattan was basically Captain Atom. Night Owl is basically Blue Beetle, even with a ship. The Comedian, the character that Jeffrey Dean Morgan plays, albeit briefly in the movie, that's actually the Watchmen version of Peacemaker. So there's your little Watchmen connection with Peacemaker. All right. So now history lesson over. Okay, I'll stop. So
well, let me add, I think, too, in looking at what Peacemaker was and what Peacemaker is, it sounds like, too, there probably was a decision to not make Peacemaker just use anything non-lethal, to maybe also differentiate him from Batman because of not that the characters are similar in the way they look or whatever, but that to differentiate him from one of the big stars, he was non-lethal at some point, and so they changed him to being more lethal, and he also then becomes an analog to the Punisher and differentiates him more from one of their flagpole characters.
Right. I mean, it is kind of it is a pure coincidence that their names both begin with a P, end in an R, and kind of like that. Which weirder coincidence, which is going to be pointless for me to bring up, but I'm going to do it anyway. In my closet, I have a rather small Louisville Slugger. It's the kind of wooden bat that you would have given to a kid who maybe when they were like 7 or 8 years old, just starting out for Pee Wee, Little League or something. So not a very large bat, not a very heavy bat, whatever. I still have it. And, it's been bits have broken and splintered off it over the last 30, 40 something years, whatever. And near the top part of the bat, the barrel of the bat, baseball guys should know what it's called, like a chunk had been slivered off, and there was something going on in the, was she my girlfriend at the time? Can't remember. There was some big argument happening an ongoing argument happening between two people I knew in my life. I think it might have been my girlfriend and roommate at the time, or it might have been just two friends. I can't remember because old. So I kind of etched into the weird slivered off part of the barrel of the bat, the Peacemaker on the bat. I wasn't even aware of that character. I think a couple of weeks ago when I was taking some stuff out of the closet and I took out all of a sudden I saw the bat there and I took it out and I saw it said Peacemaker. I was like, oh, that's kind of funny. I should take a picture of that for the podcast, but no. Anyway.
Now, what would have been even better is if back in the day you had wielded that bat and in a vigilante way approached someone and they said, "What's up with the bat?" And you said, "Do you want to taste it?"
All right, you're off the podcast. See, I was all about to have to explain how it was easy, how hard or difficult it was for me to get blood and hair off the bat, but then you went into a different direction.
Well, that was a segue to the intro.
Yes. Well, okay. All right. Let's go there. No, we're going to get there in a second. So it's interesting how you in the movie last summer, the character Peacemaker appears to be killed off after his betrayals of the team, whatever, and then we got the reveal during the post-credit scene that he actually survived. So it looked pretty clear at that point, like, oh, you're planning to do a TV show with this guy, ain't you? So when those of us who put Peacemaker on when it premiered a few weeks ago, we got this recap. We got a recap, and the recap basically was recapping what had happened with his character in the Suicide Squad movie. Basically, he was part of this organization, but he was actually working surreptitiously for Amanda Waller, and which leads to him killing, the actual leader of the Suicide Squad, Rick Flag, and eventually he gets killed off by the Idris Elba character, Bloodsport, right? They also feature a scene. This is just such an odd thing to have happened, but I actually caught on to it immediately because so smart. In that recap, there is a scene that's not in the movie, even though it's a recap of what happened in the movie. They're just kind of tying up what could be seen as a loose end for something that leads to what we're watching in this TV series. Because in the movie, at one point late in the third act, when the team is going to defy Amanda Waller's orders and try to save this little town from this giant rampaging starfish, one woman basically knocks out Amanda Waller, and the team kind of rebels and helps out the Suicide Squad. we never really see how that gets resolved at Argus. In the recap, we do see it. That the woman who actually led the revolt, who actually smacked Amanda Waller, upside her head, is arrested, and she's slammed against a desk and handcuffed, whatever. And when I'm watching, I was watching the recap, and I was like, I do not remember that. I was positive that never happened. And I went and I watched the last part of the movie. It's like, that didn't happen. Then about a week later, I saw it in an article. I was like, oh, I could have waited a week, whatever. So that didn't happen. The opening credits, man. Can you remember the last time there was this much talk about an opening credit sequence for any TV show? Is there something I'm forgetting the last few years that got that generated this much conversation just about the opening credits? I can only think of one a little bit, or at least in the same ballpark. And that might be like maybe, the Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt got a lot of press about their opening credits. But other than that, I'm hard pressed to think of anything.
No, and I don't know that I've ever seen as many articles and, people talking about an opening credit scene like the amount of interest this one has generated.
Yeah, because usually when there's something notable about an opening credit sequence, it's usually, first of all, it's usually it's an HBO Max show, so in a weird way, it does keep the HBO. HBO is always the ones who have the best opening credits. They, from Oz to Sopranos to 6 Feet Under, The Wire, Game of freaking Thrones, whatever. They're the ones that always have all the True Detective, even the shitty seasons of True Detectives, always a beautiful opening credit sequence. So in a weird way, it's kind of keeping up with that. And I keep wondering if James Gunn's screwing with us, because he said, and I took him at his word and I repeated it online, that there will be changes that will happen in this opening credit sequence. So he wants to make sure people keep watching. Well, I've watched 5 of them. There hasn't been one change yet. So I'm wondering if he's just screwing with us, or maybe the final one will have there'll be a change or something. I don't know. But it's so ridiculous. It's amazing. And every time I watch it, and again, it's one that you just don't want to bother skipping. I just find something new to kind of fixate on and appreciate, I mean,
oh yeah, it's yeah, I can't skip it, and I try to pick up things. Every time I watch it now, like when the cast is together, like last time I watched it, I'm like, okay, I'm going to watch the back right side of the screen to see what the people back there are doing in the back. Just to see if I catch something that I didn't catch before, to see who is where.
And I was trying to figure out if every once in a while, I haven't really focused too much on her, but every once in a while when I'm watching, I keep thinking the character who is I don't think they're actually married on the show. I think they're just girlfriends, but I'm not clear if they've established they were married, so I don't think they're married. But Daniel Brooks's girlfriend, the shooter. I swear I swear she's doing middle fingers when she's dancing.
I think so.
I am seeing that, right? Okay. They flipped the bird a few times in this show, and that's nothing for this show, but it wasn't clear. But sometimes, when Harcourt and Myrn come in, I love that kind of robotic thing that she does with her arms. It just makes me laugh every time I see it. Or when the cops come boogieing in, that's pretty funny, whatever. You know what I'm hoping, now that we've added, and we'll get there eventually, another character has been kind of added into the mix, as of this latest episode. Oh my God, I will lose my shit if he ends up joining the dance. You could work him in, because it's like even the janitor in the first episode appears in it.
and the neighbor doing the soft shoe at the very back, like the soft shoe shuffle. The thought I had about the credits is like, we've lost a character. Will that character will the characters that die be removed from the credits, and will the characters that come along that are important be added? And I watched this time, and without jumping ahead, there was an implication a character from the opening credits had been killed, and they were still there. But we'll see. So I don't know. It's
Are you talking about? I think I know who you're talking about. We'll get there later.
JM.
He's not dead. Is he dead? Oh wait, no. We'll see what happens. I'm not clear on that one. Yeah, you're right. I know what you're talking. And I've mentioned this a few times. I've even tweeted about it. But the thing I will continue to say, my favorite part about the opening credits, other than the fact I love that everyone's totally committed to it and is doing their thing. You can, everyone, and the fact that John Cena is, he's talked about himself. He's not a dancer at all, but they're making him dance a whole lot on this fucking show.
Yes.
They're making him do it. But Danielle Brooks is like so totally into it and whatever. But and Robert Patrick with the weird pelvic thrusting, is hysterical. But I'm telling you, and this is where I'm going to it won't be the first time or last time I'm going to be talking about this bird. It's Eagly. Eagly is the best part. And I've talked about why. If they could have chosen just to have Eagly swoop in at the end in front of them, why am I raising my arms? With his wings raised and doing a victorious or declarative squawk, whatever. And that could have just been it. But it's the thing that makes it so perfect is the fact he flies in, and then he just kind of takes another extra step, to get his balance, to get his bearings, to make his mark, or whatever it is. There's something so beautifully real and odd about it. And it's like he's not totally sure, but he's got his wings are raised, so it's almost like it's mimicking the way they have their arms raised, and so it's the thing that kills me every time. It's just my favorite part about it.
Well, it makes him human, sort of, in a way that there's not a cold predatory animal instinct that he flies in and lands perfect. He's just sort of uncomfortable and nervous and misses his balance in a way that a human certainly does, and it's just perfect.
It's as much as I love everything about. I mean, each person does something which I appreciate in that opening sequence. It doesn't matter if I don't care if it's Vigilante or Harcourt or the character's name I should have remembered, or the cops, whatever. They all do their own little thing, whatever. But it's Eagly who for me steals it, and I have something planned to talk about Eagly a little bit later because he stole my heart. But we're not up to that episode yet. We haven't even really gotten into the first episode, but we're going to do that now. I'm going to tell you right now that if someone's first of all, I love the fact that this show pulls off something like you don't need to have seen that movie. That recap is more than adequate, and even if you go without that recap, I love the character introduction. Because the whole scene what opens the episode where he's in the hospital and between his exchange with the doctor, and really it's the conversation with that janitor. And the fact that I don't have any reason to think that janitor character will ever appear on the show again, but his one appearance in the very beginning justifies him being in the opening credits. Because first of all, it establishes what kind of show we're going to see. It's like, oh, you didn't realize how, if maybe folks who hadn't seen John Cena in a few of these comedy movies that he's done, whatever, oh, this show's going to be funny? Okay. Oh, it's going to be very meta. Oh, it's going to reference other DC stuff and just superhero and whatever. And it's going to be a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Oh, there's his ass. There's a lot of stuff you get just in that one little scene there, which establishes things about the show and about the character. And you don't have to be a writer to appreciate that. You just have to be someone who appreciates television, a good television series. I really, they had me with that scene. Maybe that made me go, oh, I think I like where we're going to go with this show. Just from that opening scene.
It immediately announces it's not going to be self-important. And it also tells you that this is going to be a character who is many things, like overconfident and arrogant, but also incredibly insecure, incredibly pop culture related. Mm-hmm. And we, get that throughout the show that he's very much not above being human, that if anything, he's as human as any character we've ever seen. Like he's sort of a normal person that has these skills trained by his dad, that I guess you could call a superpower, but he's really like a normal person. And I hate to use this analogy because of John Cena. He's a normal person on steroids, if you will. But I mean, he's not unaffected by normal insecurities, by normal human emotion, by liking music, by liking certain foods, whatever. He's sort of just, a dude, and has some incredible talents, but also some incredible insecurities. And we established that pretty quick.
Right. I mean, the interesting thing with his character, and they touched on a lot of this in the original movie, and then now we have the series to really explore and start digging through it. At the end of the day, he's an asshole. But quite frankly, when we meet the rest of the team, they're mostly assholes. Mm-hmm. They're just different level of assholes, and someone like him, it's like walls have to come down for us to see other aspects about him and to see him as something other than this overinflated, over-muscled, glam rock loving, superhero semi wannabe. Because, is he really a superhero? I love that we keep bringing, that keeps getting brought up because we'll just leave it at, it's kind of debatable.
Yeah.
To put it mildly. So, yeah. But then we meet the other characters, the team. They established a team, and some of these characters we had met before, albeit in brief scenes here and there, from the Suicide movie. I think I'm pretty sure Harcourt was in there. I think she was in there. Of course, I know Economos was definitely there. So we had met them before because they were from Argus. The new characters we hadn't met before. The guy who was in charge of them, Myrn, we had not met him before. And we already get the sense, from the beginning, like, he's like the straight-laced, doesn't take bullshit kind of character or whatever. He's like, he's like Nick Fury without a sense of humor character for them or something. And then, but the newcomer, the character who, for all intents and purposes, and I believe the actress has even said this herself in one of her little mini interviews I've seen, Adebayo, she's kind of us. She's, because she's not from this world. So she hasn't dealt with spying and murdering and black ops and superheroes and whatever. She's just a regular person. The one catch we soon learn about her is that she also happens to be the daughter of Amanda Waller. Great surprise reveal. It's going to be fascinating when that secret gets blown to the team. So it's kind of fun seeing her, especially I love the fact that two of the shows that we watch, that you and I both now love on HBO Max based on DC properties, both feature a major female character who we knew previously from Orange is the New Black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally.
So, and Danielle Brooks, I always, unlike what Guerrero I think is that her last name? Unlike Guerrero and Orange is the New Black, who I was never that impressed by. I always thought she was fine. And now, but then I went, ooh, wow, on Doom Patrol. Danielle Brooks, I always thought was one of the best parts about Orange is the New Black, especially in their later seasons where there wasn't a lot to love about the show. She really brought the goods, I thought. So I love that they cast her. For all the reasons I don't even need to say, I just think it's a great little piece of casting, and the relationship that gets established early in this episode, and we've seen throughout all 5 between her and Peacemaker, or Chris, if we want to call him by his actual name, is actually one of the really nice, interesting, gives us a respite from the crazy action stuff and gives us some really nice scene work between two people. I really am enjoying that relationship and the bond between them. I think that's one of the best things about the show, quite frankly.
Yeah, I like her. I like her approach to the character. I mean, I just like that actress, and what she brings is both sort of to seem genuine and funny, but a little bit more vulnerable than the others. That there's a vulnerability that she expresses, and I think that you see Peacemaker be more vulnerable with her than the other members of the team, and that's where we get some of the more wall breaking moments, at least between them, as opposed to other moments where he's flashing back or thinking of things. But those two acting together, there's some really great humanity and vulnerability between the two of them. And
it's great because you really couldn't imagine two more dissimilar performers who are going to have these scenes together between John Cena and Danielle Brooks. I think Gunn really lucked into some really nice bit of chemistry we have going on the show, and that's the kind of thing that can really help. On top of, it's one thing to have like great writing or really solid directing and with a great look, whatever. But if you actually get a little magic chemistry going on in your show, whatever show it is, then, hats off to the casting director and the people who made those decisions. And, cause chemistry, you can't buy that. Well, maybe, right. Maybe you can. Anyway, ask Walter White. So, that'll be the next podcast. So, okay. So we meet the team, and then the different characters and then of course the series establishes, I like a straightforward thing. It establishes there's going to be a mission. Makes sense. Kind of very Suicide Squadish, in fact. And this is what essentially is going to be keeping, Peacemaker out of prison because, hey, technically you're supposed to go back, and they make a reference that, hey, remember that little bomb that Amanda Waller put at the base of your skull, whatever? Apparently it's still there. It has not been removed. So what's established in the first episode is that it's Project Butterfly. And of course we learn throughout the 5 episodes just what that means. And I love the wacky simplicity of the whole butterfly thing, because on one hand, yes, is this all something I've seen before? Yeah. You could think of any number of things that remind me of this. You can, everything from, whether it's They Live or Invasion of the Body Snatchers, right up to I've talked about this limited series that was on a few years ago. It was the summer of 2016, I think it was. I always mention when I'm referring to like Evil or The Good Wife that, hey, those two creators, Robert and Michelle King, they did this brief show called, I think it was called Brain Dead. I think, Tony Shalhoub was on it, and one of those Mary Elizabeth people were on it. Winstead, I think that was the one that she was on that too, if I'm not mistaken. Get to the point. While eerily, not just mirroring, but predicting pretty much the state of politics and the world that was going to ensue from that point on, we discovered that there's these little alien creatures that are getting it within inside people's bodies and taking them over, and it changes how they eat and all that. It's like, it's basically the same premise, except we have not established what the what other motivation the butterflies have here on Earth, whereas sowing dissension and taking over the world was clearly the object in the Brain Dead show. So, anywho, so I also feel you need to mention. We talk about the establishing relationship between Peacemaker and Adebayo. Another important relationship that also gets established here is between him and Harcourt. I like I said, Peacemaker's an asshole. So on one hand, maybe it's nice that he's very upfront about things, but on the other hand, he's still kind of an asshole. I don't know if you can really do that in this day and age, because he makes it pretty clear what his motivations are as far as Harcourt is concerned. And basically it's a little bit of, and this is not me being negative about it at all. I look at it as kind of like, okay, this is basically TV relationship writing 101. You established there's a sense of antagonism between two characters because they're from different walks, and one maybe doesn't take the other one serious. Whatever. You can come up with a million things. It goes back to Sam and Diane and even before that, whatever. And slowly but surely things will kind of melt between. I'm not saying they're going to put these two together, although they could. But we know they're going to start seeing more human sides of each other. That it's a little predictable, but I don't mind it if the scenes are written well. And I think they've done that a few times over the course of these 5 episodes with those two.
Yeah, and I think early on when we talked about the show, Harcourt kind of reminds me of early in the show, like the show Chuck. The Yvonne Strahorsky character, who is, you establish right away that there might be a team leader that sits back in the office, but when you go in the field, the badass is going to be Harcourt. And so I really liked the introduction of her. And I like her interaction with him, and obviously it's going to go through a lot of changes. We don't know what those will be. But she is not, let's just say she's not co-signing a bunch of his bullshit right off the bat and lets him know where he stands, which for a guy like him is an ego check that he probably needs, because he's a pretty confident guy in a lot of ways. But that's a great dynamic. And, and then we move on to one of my favorite dynamics, I'm going to guess next when we talk about Beardy Guy. So,
oh, Diebeard?
yeah.
Did you hear the actual story about that? That Gunn wanted him to do that with his beard, whatever, and he's actually kind of was pissed. The actor kind of didn't want to do that. He was kind of pissed off about it. So they decided to make it a thing in the show. And that will be the thing that he just gets made fun of constantly. I love that because it's like, oh yeah, well, guess what? Now we're going to make it a thing. Now it's going to be a thing. We're going to keep hammering that over and over and over again. Again, it's I like unconventional casting, and usually the guy in that part tends to be the somewhat more outsider, ostracized type, uber geek type, whatever. He has got a nice bit of a sardonic wit about him, but pretty much everybody has their moments to be funny on the show. Mm-hmm. So they all have a certain level of cleverness, even if, regardless of how smart they may or not be, that they at least have their comedic moments, and he certainly does. So I do appreciate his character, and he does have a few moments as the show goes along, some of which a lot of which were in the most recent episodes. So when we get to that one, we'll probably be talking a lot more about him. He does pull off one of the moments in the show that kind of made me go, okay, I never thought I'd see that. So thank you. And that's really something that this show has. We mentioned we hinted a little bit during the Doom Patrol conversation that there's a certain sense of simpatico between the two shows. I mean, they're still different. I don't want to oversell Doom Patrol to Peacemaker fans because it's different. But they both do have a strong sense of humor. And one thing they definitely feature is, okay, I never thought I'd see that.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Doom Patrol is pretty much built on that. There's way more of that on Doom Patrol, even on this show. And I kind of made a slight joke about this, a little while ago, even though we recorded it yesterday, going, pull back the curtain, Scott. But, I feel Robot Man and Peacemaker would get along really well.
Oh yeah, especially now. I will say that Robot Man's music taste, the sort of punk stuff, Peacemaker's probably down with. Mm-hmm. But I don't know about the Public Image Limited stuff. That might be where Peacemaker draws the line. But you certainly could draw a Venn diagram of their music tastes where they would intersect and meet. And I think that they would probably, especially this latest season of Doom Patrol, what Cliff's vices were. I think that Peacemaker would be right there watching Ginger on the cam, mm-hmm. being willing to gamble, to party hard. And I think, in the past, Robot Man has always been the one, like, let's go kick their ass. And I think they're very similar characters. I guess what some people would say is toxic masculinity, the traits of that, but just like with Robot Man, we see that, there's a soft underbelly to Peacemaker that's known as Chris that we get to see. Right. So, yeah, I think they're very in the two shows, they're probably the two characters most alike.
Right, and they both make literal use of the word "fuck." So there's that.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
Robot Man more.
And they both go on the most unhinged rants. Like, yes. Robot Man is the one that would let go with an unhinged rant, citing 50,000 things, just like Peacemaker would. So yeah, totally.
Indeed. So so the first episode is essentially we establish the main character, we establish the other leads and supporting players, we establish what the mission is, and then with the whole thing that happens towards the end, where we have the misadventure with the girl that he does end up picking up, because he wasn't getting any with Harcourt, so he ends up picking up the chick who looks like she just walked in out of some, movie from the 80s or something. And that's also where we get we're going to make, John Cena dance around in his underwear, scene, whatever. And then we get that fight when it turns out that the girl he picks up, there's something more going on with her. She seems to have super crazy human strength. And then when she goes splat, I think, was it with her that we discovered that well, no, we don't see the butterfly yet. That doesn't happen for a couple more episodes. We just know there's something up with her. And it's also, I also like the fact that, by the way, in case you guys didn't know that we're going to have some big splattery, violent special effects on this show, in case you hadn't picked up on that. Yeah, we're going to go there on this show too. It kind of has a little bit of a DNA of like that Ash versus the Evil Dead show.
Yes.
There's a certain kind of similar sense of humor there as well, I think.
But we establish a couple, I think, of real important things in the first episode in that arc of him and the girl, is that we establish right before, he leaves, you see the home he goes home to is pretty depressing. Like, it's not like a cool, hero's home. It's like, sort of in a trailer park. You see that he's not well off. He doesn't have a ton of money. Basically, the only things he has that he cares about, is a cool car, which he loses at the end of episode 1, a cool 80s car, and Eagly. And other than that, he doesn't really have much. Like where he lives, it's a place to live, but it's nothing to write home about. And we establish that, he is definitely a child of the 80s. And, James Gunn's use of music, like they definitely went all in on 80s, sort of LA metal bands and went for some of the more obscure bands. And probably just because of money it would take to license all the big acts. But really, whoever did the music curation, we see right away, him seeing the albums of these 80s bands and really digging it and putting on an album and dancing and then that follows through to the part you and I like that, it goes so far as to stealing vinyl, and that 80s soundtrack of rock sort of carries through the whole show in a really delightful way.
Right. I mean, I think if I'm not mistaken, I might be, but I'm gonna say I'm not until proven otherwise. I think Gunn himself does figures out the music for the show. I think he's the one who, he might get assistance, but from what I understand, he spent a lot of time deciding what songs would be used in the Guardians of the Galaxy, because that plays a major part in how we establish that character. And he's doing the same thing here with the Christopher Smith character. Hey, Chris. So, I think he's doing this deep dive into glam rock and hair metal bands and whatever. So, like, even someone like me, who, I love a lot about the 80s, but I'll probably know one out of every 4 or 5 bands that they'll mention. I was actually amazed I actually knew the band they were talking about in the most recent episode. I said, I either know that band or I think I know that band. I'm not sure. The other things that probably, since, as far as the first episode laying groundwork or establishing things, 2 things that we didn't mention, just popped into my head and got to mention them because they're going to be coming up a lot in the next episode or 2. You'd refer to, look at the life he's leading. He basically lives in a trailer park. And then when he goes to get Eagly, by the way, one of the best scenes in the whole damn first episode is Eagly hugging him. That's just amazing. Sorry, I just had to say that. But we meet his dad. And Robert Patrick's been around for a long time now. We all remember, most of us, when we saw him for the first time, it goes back to like Terminator 2. We've seen him in a lot of things ever since then. We've seen him play good guys and bad guys and in between. Everything from the X-Files to, hell, wasn't he in Perry Mason when we were talking about it a couple years ago? Yeah.
And in Community as the parking director who doesn't want ride shares.
Right. So on this show, first of all, the amazing decision that someone must have made, and I have not read this, but you're not going to convince me otherwise, and unless they have a totally different thing they're referencing. When you first see him, I'm going, okay, so you gave him David Lynch's hair. So basically, that's what you're going with here, where your hair is just basically combed and sprayed straight up. Okay, and then he turns out to be pretty much the worst human in the world, which is going to play a part throughout the rest of the series, whatever. So which means, Peacemaker's got dad issues. Not the most uncommon thing, hey, meet every other character from Lost, But that's kind of significant because obviously it plays a part in the person Peacemaker or Christopher Smith is now. The other thing that we didn't mention about the first episode, and will also be playing a part for the rest of the series, is there's one other person we meet, who would like to think of himself as Peacemaker's best friend, even though that slot's been taken by Eagly, and that's Vigilante, aka Adrian Chase for the comic book folks out there, and we do establish that's his name in a few episodes later. Another very interesting choice by James Gunn. Vigilante is most definitely a character from DC Comics. I remember having the number one issue, though I couldn't remember being able to tell you anything about that character. Although I would say, again, kind of, for lack of, to put it simply, kind of someone in the sort of kind of Punisher mode, you know, a little bit of an anti-hero, but not terribly funny. You know? Certainly not the version we're getting here. But I have not, I know a lot of comic book fans out there. I'm friends with a bunch, whatever. I've not heard anyone come down on the depiction of Vigilante so far. No one's up in arms going, I can't believe they're doing that. They're showing Vigilante this way. This isn't that character. The way, like, some people got upset about how Marvel the MCU redid Taskmaster for the Black Widow movie. That they totally just changed that character entirely or whatever. And some people were really pissed off about that. And I was like, really? Do you really give a fuck about Taskmaster? The Vigilante thing, I've certainly read that number one issue. I believe I read a few others, though I don't remember owning them for very long. I could care less that they changed the character. I love what they're doing here. It's, you know, if you're going to pick out these fringe oddball characters and you can just have fun with them. And as we've seen over the course of the next few episodes, he goes from being a character that, oh, there's kind of a silly sense of humor here. It's almost, and you know, there's going to be people watching going, oh, so he's kind of like Deadpool without the invulnerability issue, whatever. And there's a little bit of that there. But he has a couple moments. There's one specific that comes to my mind, just a line that he delivers, that shows there's a lot more going on there. So I really like that, the addition of that kind of, he's just happy to be there. He just, you know, he wants to have a friend. He wants to have a family. He wants to whatever and still be able to do his thing. He's a great little character on the show as well, I think.
He is, and the way they made him look, like the style they chose for how he looks, like with the hood off, and it's almost like they made like a Napoleon Dynamite that can kick ass. Like, you know, but it's kind of cool to see him be this sort of funny, seemingly optimistic guy with something dark running just underneath. But we later see is somebody that can really deliver the goods.
Yeah. Oh, he's. There are some who say he might. If he doesn't have the most applaudable scene in the entire series so far, it's probably in the top three. But and we'll get there. And it's also funny. I believe the actor mentioned him before the podcast, Freddie Stroma. I think the thing that a lot of people remember him from. I mean, he's done a number of things, but he's from Game of Thrones. I believe he's Dickon from Game of Thrones. Just saying, especially when we're going to have a scene that has a lot of dick talk in it. Anyway, so since we're talking about Vigilante, that will actually take us to the next episode, which was Best Friends for Never. And what's really great about this episode, by the way, I love finally being able to talk about episodes without me having just to go through an exhaustive recap, which is what I tend to do. I that's like my default. I can't help it. Whatever. I blame a certain podcast we all listened to about 12, 13 years ago. It's their fault. Anyway, I had read, I think I even posted the article on the Facebook page. I love the fact that James Gunn said one of his inspirations for how he was proceeding with the series, he was citing Better Call Saul, of all things. I would not have gotten that from the first episode necessarily. I think I saw some of it in the second episode. And I would actually, in my mind, and again, to make it clear, I'm not putting the show on the same level. You know, it's not, you know, I'm not Ozarking it here. Yeah, you know, I got it in there. But it reminded me a little of Breaking Bad in the sense that we're going to spend a lot of time on a character trying to get out of this situation that maybe other shows would not spend that kind of time on, and they wouldn't get into all the intricacies of how complicated and how much of a pain in the ass this is. Because a rather sizable chunk of this episode is, how do we get Peacemaker away from the scene of the crime? And now he's back in the apartment building, and it's surrounded by police. How are we going to get him out of here? And everything, the ridiculous succession of events that occurs from throughout this sequence is just, it's one thing after the other. And it reminds me of, it might as well be Walt and Jesse in the RV trying to come up with a way to get out of it. And all the, and things are just, even when that's when you're dealing with like smart characters. We've seen Walt, be things that just don't make any sense, but, he's trying to get out of something, that just realize, oh, that's a lot more complicated than you thought. That's the situation with Peacemaker. When he's jumping from terrace to terrace, it's fucking amazing.
It is, and it's also brutal. Like, you're like, oh, like you can almost feel the landing. It's like a dull thud every time he hits.
Oh yeah, and the thing is, he's a buff guy. I mean, just like, he's John Cena, whatever. So he could probably take a bit more punishment than like if this is like me or you, whatever. But he's not Superman,
right?
He's gonna hurt. He's gonna be sore. You mentioned it a little bit. The fact that when he goes back and he takes all those records with him, it's a brilliant little touch. It's a great touch. It says so much about him. It makes him totally relatable in that moment. Mm-hmm. I thought that was, because it could just be he's trying to get the fuck out of there. It's like, oh, but she's got this great record collection and I don't have any of this shit. And he, wraps it up in, there's not even a bag around. He just wraps it up in a blanket and takes it with him.
Well, that's what I thought was funny, is when he asked if they had a blanket or something, if they had sheets or a blanket or something. I thought like he was going to like make a rope or something to like go down the thing, but instead it's to carry all his stuff in. And basically he does like a Tom Sawyer blanket. Put all my belongings in a blanket and wrap it up and jump down the from terrace to terrace, all the while, in a neat way, staying in touch with Harcourt, and we see what they're doing to try to get him out of there.
Right. And also I should mention, also along the way, he also encounters, and he's briefly in the apartment with those neighbors, and I got a big kick out of that, mainly because, well, first of all, it's just funny and silly, the whole situation. But I also recognized the actor playing, it's a husband and wife. And the husband is that actor, he's a recurring character, he has a recurring part on, For All Mankind, the show that I watch on Apple TV. And he's a bit of a stoner, but he's very good on it. So then all of a sudden seeing him here, it's like, oh my God, I'm seeing this guy everywhere now. He's great. Just really adored this whole sequence of events. It's a lot of fun. It's really good. It's good stuff.
Yeah. And the weird vibe with the wife, which pays off later.
Oh my God. Yeah. What do you even say about that? That's one of those, oh, this isn't your typical superhero show, is it?
No. He's been in prison a while, and, we'll just leave it at that. He's glad to be out.
And it's the fact that there was a third party.
Yes.
Which I didn't see coming. No pun intended. Maybe go, whoa, okay. I have questions. I'm not going to ask them, but I have questions. Because I don't see, I'll let it go. Dear James Gunn. I'll tweet him again. All right. So,
but we do see something interesting from the team, and that is that we do see like the intervention of non-lethal force, that cool gun that Harcourt is putting together, and we wonder what it is. And and so we do see they have some resources, and we're not sure exactly what all they have access to, but we get the sense that in that van and where they're going, they have access to a lot of really cool resources to use on the mission. So it's not just going to be guns, and it's not necessarily going to be Batman gadgets, but we do see the team has some interesting resources to basically knock out the police when he finally gets down.
Oh, make sure when we get to the right episode, we do not forget the Batman part, because I don't have a note about I think I know which episode it's in, but we can't not mention that when we get to that episode. I know it's not one of it's not one of these two. I don't think it's one of these. I think it comes later. I remember it. Now, apparently that became a big thing. So don't want to let that one go. Or the Aquaman thing.
or the Superman
thing. Gun needs to stop. Just stop. Anyway, so then we had okay. So they realize they need to, get Peacemaker out of the situation. And of course they've got, with Economos there, they can get into the computer system and change things. Why do you pick his dad? I mean, why would that be? I just love, it's like, no matter how horrible a person he is, that's the worst person you could possibly pick in this situation. Why would you do that? But I love the reactions to it, and obviously the stories that spin out of that. And of course, the most recent episode, the lists that are generated as a result of that. I should have gotten that soundbite and put it at the end of the podcast. Maybe I will. Nah, I probably won't. But yeah, but the reveal that we get in this episode is when his father, Augie, is arrested, and when he's taken to prison, we realize, oh, he's not just like a bad guy, like a racist, whatever. He's a fucking white dragon. And if you don't realize that what that mean, that's actually referring to some crazy supervillain. At first I was like, oh my God, is he like the leader of the Ku Klux Klan or something? Cause, white dragon certainly sounds that way. Might as well be. It's basically a Ku Klux Klan supervillain, I should say, whatever. So that's kind of a major kind of reveal there. Did you enjoy the target practice with Vigilante?
Oh yeah, it was wonderful. I like that they practice throwing live grenades at each other.
Do they not do things where they're literally is he not like holding things crotch level and the other guy blowing it up?
Oh yeah, it's all over the place. It's crazy.
It's just a crazy orgy of violence. It's just, yeah, pretty much. It's all to cheer him up. I guess speaking of reveals, I guess there is another one which will then be cemented in the next episode. I believe, along with all the records that he steals from that woman's apartment, isn't that where Peacemaker also finds that little device?
Yes.
Which turns out to be something more than just a simple device. It turns out to be, I don't know what else to refer to it. It looks like kind of like a miniature kind of spacecraft or something.
Yeah.
And which, kind of makes you go, wait a minute, did this model work for the Book of Boba Fett? Is this going to be the Mandalorian show? Oh, anyway, we're not going to knock that show, are we? That was a good episode of The Mandalorian that seemed to be on season of Boba Fett. Don't know why. Anyway, no, it was very good. It didn't show the flaws of the Boba Fett show at all. Anyway. So we get to the third episode. Better Got Dead. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant Better Goff Dead. I'm sorry. When I saw the title when it first aired, my eyes, I actually thought it said Better Got Dead. And I was like, oh no, I don't know if Got's watching this show. I got to tell him. He's like, oh, it's Goff. Oh, okay. Never mind. It's no fun at all. Yeah. And that's basically referring to their mission, which is to assassinate a U.S. senator whose name is Royland Goff, because he's a suspected butterfly. And, pretty much by means you're going to have to kill his family as well, at least if you find out that they're butterflies. Now, there's an interesting situation that happens throughout this episode with Peacemaker and this whole mission. He has said on more than one occasion that in his striving for peace, he has killed men, women, and children. He might as well be Clint Eastwood in Unforgiven, the number of times he's referred to killing men, women, and children. Anyone who's seen Unforgiven, you remember he says that a couple of times. Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway. So the fact that we do get to a point in this episode where he's, hesitant to kill children, even when we can see that they're not really kids anymore, he still has a problem with it. It makes you wonder about his boast in the first place.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Because if it was just, and especially because if it was just the fact they're kids, well, then it's understandable. But he sees that they're not simply kids. He sees like the weird snaky tongue thing coming out of their mouth and whatever it's like, that there's something going on here, that these are creatures or aliens. You might not know what the butterfly is quite yet, but you know that these aren't just kids anymore, and he still can't do it.
Well, it makes you wonder if his instinct will be proven right. That if they are totally, truly evil, that perhaps his instinct would have been to kill, because we're going to have questions as the show goes on.
Well, yeah, there is one big question, which we'll obviously get to eventually, because there is a way that almost all the quote-unquote butterflies have been presented.
Yes.
Except one. And then there's the what a certain character meant before that character was shot. We're going to get to that too. So there's something else going on here. Okay, interesting. So I'm kind of mentally flipping through the episode to see.
Can I bring up one thing about episode 2 before we leave it?
Go ahead.
I do want to say that something really hilarious is that I believe it's in episode 2 that in a conversation with John is when they're going into the store. There's the conversation about Batmite.
It's the Batmite references in episode 2. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And which is wonderful. Like where he says, you sure we want this guy? Wouldn't we be better off working with Batmite? Or I would rather work for Batmite, something like that, which is a hilarious, obscure reference. I think, I don't remember if it's in the same episode they talk about Doll Man but there are these references, like you said, you see that James Gunn's done the work and knows the history to sprinkle in wonderful little nuggets of past comic history.
Right.
And the article I read, basically said that Gunn got a kick out of it because now, at least in some part of the DCU, he can say Batmite is canon.
Yeah,
which is hilarious.
That's my reaction to it. It's almost shocking that you're the one to bring this up, not me, because I am less than 6 feet away from at least one or two different depictions of Batmite exist in this house, maybe 3. So when I heard the Batmite reference, I went, wait, but this is part of the DCU. So technically Batmite exists. And then I saw the same article, and then the word canon, I was like, that's right, Batmite's fucking canon now. It's amazing. I mean, there are a few things that Gunn has done that don't make sense to me, but I let them go because there's one that he refers to, which I guess was referred to or came up or briefly depicted even in the Suicide Squad movie, although I'm a little foggy on it now, but it definitely gets talked about in the series at one point, even though the time period doesn't make any sense for that character. But I'm kind of like, it's James Gunn, let him do whatever the fuck he wants. It's when I don't forget which episode it is. It's not these two. It's the later one, the Matter Eater lad conversation.
Yeah.
Which on one hand it doesn't make sense, but on the other hand I'm like, I gotta let it go. It's fine. I gotta put my comic book geekery aside because I'm like, but Matter Eater lad doesn't exist till the 30th century. How could he? I'll let it go. No one cares. Anyway, yes, Batmite reference, very awesome. So, back to that third episode. And again, I feel free to jump in with all the things I'm leaving out of it because I'm just remembering a couple of the major highlights. The whole scene where Peacemaker and Harcourt are primed to execute the senator's family and he can't do it. You gotta love how Vigilante pops in and pretty much takes over. I mean, is he not literally whistling while he works?
Yeah. Yeah, but it's the casual way. He's like, hey, bud, why don't you just move over for a second? Let your old buddy Vigilante get in there. And the manner in which he's been presented up until that point, you're not exactly sure that he's completely up to the task. And he gets on the gun and you realize, holy crap, he's entirely up to the task.
Oh, yeah. He's an excellent sociopath.
Yeah.
Oh, and which, of course, eventually, I mean, there's stuff that happens here that also involves Adebayo with the guard and not being able to shoot that guy, whatever. But we're not going to talk about every damn thing in the episode, especially when we got to get to the torture scene because the torture scene is brilliant. It might as well be. It's one of a few things that happens on the show that I love because it might as well be a Looney Tunes cartoon.
Yeah, it's way over the top.
Where the whole idea is like, oh yeah, maybe you'll come if I do this, and it's like, well, okay, go ahead.
See if I care if you cut his toe off.
It's so good.
It's great, and the seriousness of the butterfly, the Senator Butterfly, and Peacemaker, the way they're acting over the top serious, and the way that Vigilante is sort of playing off them as the straight men in the scene is it's marvelous.
Oh yeah.
It's like they're not even hearing him. Like they're having a conversation and nobody hears what he says.
It's just, it's something special. We also meet, this is the episode where we meet Judo Master.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's interesting. There's actually been a little bit of controversy about the character. And what I loved about the controversy wasn't so much the controversy itself. It was that people, as people are wont to do nowadays, making their opinions known on the Twitter. And so we're going on, I don't mean to say, I shouldn't say going on that, because it sounds like I'm automatically defaulting to a negative take on it. They were tweeting about and having issues with the depiction of this character, as far as, being very stereotypical of Asians, and because of his diminutive size and the way it was whatever. The actor himself responds to these tweets, basically saying, you're kind of offending me because this is how tall I am. And, that's what they establish about the character. So I'm not allowed to, basically it was like, I can't have this job because I'm a certain height. What I don't understand what your he was offended by them being offended. I just thought it was just a fascinating, weird little vacuous hole that the whole thing turned into on Twitter, whatever. Not the first time, not the last time.
It's an interesting controversy because he wins the fight. Like, if you want to say there's one bad thing about it, it's not like they presented him in a way to just get the shit beat out of him by people. He actually ends up winning the fight and only is, defeated when he's rammed by a van, not because he's beaten by Peacemaker or Vigilante.
Right. But then they just go to that scene of like this big, out of shape white guy almost beating him to death or something. It's just, people never know where the line is, maybe where they should nah, you know what, just don't, please. But anyway, whatever. I thought the actor acquitted himself and kind of responded very well to it, so I don't need to. So there you go. Was there anything, the other thing we haven't mentioned about any of these episodes as of yet, and they originally, they debuted the first 3, the first night, and then the following week it's been whatever, is that they all have a nice little end credits moment, which basically plays as a scene that we had seen earlier, but a different take. And it makes you wonder if there is a certain level, if there's any level of improvisation that's happening with some of these scenes, or if there are just entirely different things that were written. Is it a combination of the two? I haven't read about them to know one way or the other. I would guess it might be a combination. I don't know what the improvisational skills are of people here. It's not, but we're used to watching a show like Curb Your Enthusiasm, and 60 to 70% of that is improvised, so who knows? But I like that they're kind of just they just give us a little taste at the end of every episode, so it's a nice little thing to look forward to. So I realized we didn't mention that before, so I'm going to mention it now.
No, I like that too. And the latest episode,
oh, yeah.
I guessed what the scene would be because and it's a fun game to think, what will the scene be where they try to pull that from? But yeah, often it either seems like they've cut something out and they add it, or like you say, it's a different take. So it's a funny take. And the one in the last episode is, particularly amusing because it continues on the vein of the scene it was extracted from.
Yeah, my memory is more keen on the last 2, especially the last one, than the previous 3. Only because I watched it the first night. I haven't watched it since, so I don't remember. So we get to can we skip to the 4th one now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the 4th episode, I have a lot to say about the 4th episode. Oh, maybe I don't. I don't know. Well, first of all, the title. Jesus. Okay. So the title is The Chode Less Traveled. So if you happen to be one of those folks who might not know what a chode is, it's CHOAD, feel free to Google that. Have fun. Feel good. Go to Urban Dictionary. And but don't look for pictures. Anyway, so oh, I also like once we get after that episode, that Vigilante starts to really become part of the team. He's like an adjunct that becomes part of the team. I kind of like that dynamic. That I truly didn't think they were going to do that. So I kind of like that. So there's a couple really powerful scenes, I think, in this episode. And I know a lot of our conversation about this show is going to be regarding how funny it is. And it's a damn funny show. The thing that got me with the 4th episode is there's a number of really powerful, serious moments throughout the episode. I know everyone's thinking of one. I don't mean just that one. That's big. Maybe the biggest. But there's a few. It's after Chris. I'm going to call him Chris instead of Peacemaker just for this episode. When he finds out his dad is in prison, his first thing is he has to go see his dad, regardless of how horrible a person his father has been. And we've seen when when he sees his dad for who knows how, I don't remember if they established how long he had been, quote unquote, away when he sees his father in that first episode, but I'm sure it was for some period of time. And his dad certainly is not the type to even hug him hello. He's not a good dad. But the scene with him and his father when he meets him at prison, and you're like, oh, geez, your dad's such a horrible person, and he does not give a fuck about you. And you realize that even though, however old Chris's character should be at this point, I don't know how old he's supposed to be. Say he's in his 30s or 40s, I don't fucking know. You realize that regardless of how bad a person he knows his father really is, he still seeks his approval.
Yeah.
He still, this is a character whose whole mission is he wants to bring about peace at any cost, whatever. So when you have a character and that's their motivation as far as their superheroics are concerned, then you can kind of extrapolate from that, and that he's someone who would be, sees things in very stark terms. I mean, he's a guy whose car and his trailer are painted to look like the American flag. So he probably believes in, the idea of family, the nuclear family, whatever. So he probably still believes his dad, no matter how horrible a person he is and has been to him, he still wants to believe, that's my dad. He fulfills a certain role for me. He will be my dad. He keeps thinking he'll be the dad he wants him to be, even though he still hasn't been at this point.
Yeah. It's real. It's striving for the ideal is sort of Peacemaker saying, like, striving for something perfect, or because you're never going to achieve peace, quote unquote. But I mean, what is the battle against peace? It's the battle against turmoil. And what is he always dealing with his dad? Inner turmoil. And boy, does his dad know how to, push him away, make him feel worthless, tell him he's not valued. And it's really a heartbreaking scene. And I, if I remember correctly, I wanted to prompt you here. I think it's on his way to the dad's house when the dad is gone to jail, that's when the neighbor says he's not a hero like Batman. And that's when the Batman rant occurs.
Yes. I love the fact that we get that the neighbor has popped up a couple times on the show. So his position on the opening credits is now justified. The neighbor questioning him being a superhero at all. But first of all, he approaches it like a pure comic book geek about trying to ask, Batman's got a whole rogues gallery. Who are your villains? Well, and his response is, I kill my villains, whatever. He basically calls Batman a candy ass who lets, some clown out of, escape over. How many millions of people have died because Batman's such a pussy? It's essentially what he says. Now apparently that was the one thing that DC was kind of like, they're weirdly, look, I'm a DC guy. We all know that. We've established that on this fucking podcast and then probably 100 other ones, whatever. Sometimes DC can be a little bit too, look, you already came off really badly when we were, several months ago because of something that was going to be on. And I think maybe, was it the Harley Quinn cartoon that hasn't come out yet, whatever, where, oh no, Batman can't go down on somebody. I was like, wait, what? Why is this a thing? And now I was like, oh no, you can't have another character called Batman a candy ass and essentially a pussy. Yes, you can. Well, he did. So they let it go. They let it happen. But it's the fact and James Gunn was cracking up about this apparently. They didn't blink about an earlier episode where Peacemaker basically says that Aquaman fucks fish. And I guess they didn't blink about the thing we get in a later episode about, even though maybe it's because he's clearly lying and making shit up at this point, about Superman having some sort of poop fetish, as he puts it. I don't care for the word poop anyway. But it's the Batman thing.
that pissed him off. Even though the Batman thing actually makes perfect sense for him to say. And even going back to what you said earlier about the original comic book character seen maybe as kind of a dark mirrored version of Batman or something when he first became a DC character, because he actually would kill as opposed to Batman. Again, they let it happen. So they're fine. And I don't mind Gunn bringing it up in an interview because it's kind of funny. It's like, really, that's the thing that they had a problem with. I kind of want to say, wait, they don't mind that you made Batmite part of DC EU canon now? That's okay with them? Because if that's okay, I'm telling you, before I leave this earth, and I don't know if that's going to be in 30 years or 3 years, they better find a way to put Batmite somewhere in one of these goddamn fucking movies. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, so.
Right. It's interesting what they choose to protect and what they don't. But I will say this, hopefully kudos to them for letting it go and letting it happen. And I would say based on the early reports of the ratings, they're probably not going to, mess with Mr. Gunn too much.
Oh, no. Oh, I mean, the fact that now we're hearing there's a very strong likelihood there will be another spin-off from the Suicide Squad movie that Gunn will shepherd and lead as well. And the only hint we've gotten about it, unfortunately, well, it won't be quite as funny as Peacemaker. Because I love the idea that there are people out there who are like, you're going to make a show about the Weasel? Oh man, make a show about the Weasel? And I'm like, dude, there's no way that, actually, you know what? Nothing would shock me at this point. Maybe.
Although Nathan Fillion, just saying.
Didn't they kill him?
You could always come back.
Right, because that was insane. Also, another character that technically shouldn't have taken place, was technically from the 30th century. Anyway, okay. He just grabbed Legion of Superhero Rejects and was like, we'll use them now. I was like, no, but
storm the beach, boys.
but they can't. Okay, Javelin. Who the fuck? All right. Such a ridiculous movie. Oh wow. So okay. So as I was saying, you get so that's a big moment there, and while that's happening, I love the little interplay between Adebayo and, well, since he's not in unit, or his mask is off, Adrian Chase. And when you realize that she's planting the seed that will lead to him, making sure he gets imprisoned with his father, with the idea that he's going to kill off his dad. Although she was thinking it should be done to kind of protect the mission and to keep everything from falling apart. And he's a really bad guy. And he's doing it because he's a really bad guy. And he's a bad dad.
Right. Hurt his friend.
And which that eventually leads to that scene I was referring to earlier, when he approaches the table where Augie is holding court with three or four other Aryan power types. And, well, first of all, the fact that he engages them in conversation about that's all. Everyone pick, your favorite thing that Black Americans have contributed to culture. He's always talking about music, and then he starts. It's like, because without them, you wouldn't have your ZZ Top or Leonard Skinner. And then he proceeds to beat the ever-loving shit out of all of them. It's a great little scene, and it makes you. I mean, if you weren't rooting for the guy already, you certainly are there. And what you said earlier about him having, I would say he's a little bit better looking, so to speak, physically than the Napoleon Dynamite look, but I get what you're saying there. It's interesting because the other thing I think about his look, and I don't disagree with the Napoleon Dynamite thing. I also think, and it's very deliberate, because he's not because he's a good looking guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to come out and say it. He's wearing serial killer glasses. Those are serial killer glasses.
Yeah, I see that.
I hope my best friend does listen to this podcast because she's like a serial killer. She will chime in because like that's what you wear. And the fact that he actually refers to himself at a certain point about, not really understanding emotions and being a sociopath. It's like, yeah, like a serial killer. I wish you could meet Dexter one day.
But the scene when he's walking into jail, which usually is shot in a way in almost anything that you're walking into this overwhelming, environment. And it is. I mean, going in jail is quite obvious. Walking through a place like that, it's intimidating. And he's walking through completely straightly upright without a care in the world, no fear. And you just see like there's almost like an angelic halo around him of light that he gives no shit. And he's going to do something. And the way he walks in and sits down with a confidence at the table, the way he talks to him. I mean, it was the one scene where, like, in my seat, I was like, "Holy crap!" Like, I wanted to stand up and cheer. It was so badass the way it went down.
The thing about the way they shoot him walking in, it's exactly what you said. And on top of that, it's that he's completely, blissfully oblivious.
Yeah.
To all the people who are basically screaming in his face as he walks by them. Because, the way he looks to all these guys, he looks like new fish, fresh fish. He's a youngish, decent looking guy, whatever. Not a thought. And of course, Augie does show how smart he is because he's not going to lay it. He knows he's not going to get himself in trouble here. He's not going to try to lay a hand on the guy. And that's when he says, he makes the mistake of calling him a bad dad. And that's what all of a sudden makes him go, "Oh, you were sent by my son." He really wants to talk to the detective about that whole thing. He was definitely going to already, but that kind of just pushes him that much further.
Right.
And which then is my next moment I wanted to, which really got me. He's eventually bailed out. When everyone finds out, when they find out that Adebayo had done this, and which pisses Myrn off and everyone else, whatever, they arrange to get him out, and Harcourt's the one to pick him up, I believe. And when he gets in the car, and the inevitable car, and it's just when he has that one line, it was like, and he looks at it, "I think I made things worse," and the way he looks down, it's so well done.
Mm-hmm.
It's so heartbreaking. It's like he's like a little kid. And you realize a lot of his moments with Peacemaker have been like when little kids want to be friends. People in their 30s and 40s don't really, I say it sometimes just to be stupid. You don't really talk about, you're my best friend. You don't really say that. You're certainly not trying to make someone your best friend.
Right.
It's just something you just state as like, I've known someone for 30 years and you're my best friend, whatever.
It's also like he's a little brother.
Yeah.
Like,
absolutely.
He wants Peacemaker's approval and his attention and his acceptance, which leads to the interesting, dynamic that we find out Peacemaker had a brother. And that's a complicating situation with Dad and him. And Vigilante sort of wants to be his friend, his little brother, his acolyte. And when we see Harcourt, who's always, who's been mad, upset, when she picks him up, like when she sees his reaction, her tone to him softens.
Right. Is it this episode where yeah, it is this episode. I think it's before. Yeah, it's before we get the flashback of what happened in his childhood with his brother and so on, or at least we see a bit of it. We still don't have the full story on some of those things that we see in that flashback, but I think it's before that. I guess he gets something that Adebayo had said earlier, referring to his file.
and what they've read about him, whatever. And then she tries to kind of walk it back a little bit. I guess when she's talking about stuff with his father, whatever. Later on, he approaches Harcourt in a bar to ask about this supposed file, whatever. And he's being very serious about something. But although the fun time asshole has to make a little brief appearance, but well, I'll use the words that he uses, basically complimenting her tits, not in a sexist way. It's just they look really good in that shirt.
Yeah, like I'm trying to learn, but I'm still so backwards. I'm struggling here.
But yeah. So later we do get that scene when he's playing the music and whatever, and he breaks down. I should mention that at the it would seem odd not to have mentioned this already, but just plot wise, because it plays a little part here, and I thought in a bizarrely nice way. At the end of that previous episode, when he kills the senator and we reveal the butterflies are actually literally these butterfly-like insects that are living inside their skulls. We know when he tells them all that he killed it, we know he didn't, because we didn't see that. But we do see that he's actually keeping that butterfly trapped in a little jar at home. I just want to make sure it's mentioned because of something that happens, which I thought was a very interesting choice that they did here. So he has that flashback scene, and that's when we find out some stuff. Let me ask you. So we see a scene where it's basically, it looks like he's been instructed or being taught how to kill by his father. And there's a guy that they have like bound, and he basically stabs him to death.
Yes.
I don't think we have any context for who this person is. It must be noted they definitely made a choice not to make it a person of color, because I think that would just be there'd be people who might have an issue with seeing that. Although considering what his father is, it might have almost made more sense. So they haven't killing someone who doesn't look like he represents any specific minority group, at least. Not really speaking up for dad in that sense, but it's an odd thing, because I remember thinking, am I supposed to know who that person is, or we're just seeing an example of him killing somebody? Then we see he has a brother. It's an older brother? He's the younger brother, or is it the other way around? Older brother, yeah. Right? Older brother.
It seemed to me it was the older brother.
Yeah, that's old. It's definitely, I'm thinking something his father says also in another episode. It's definitely older brother. And we see them kind of, just being brothers, hanging out in their bedroom, whatever. But then we see his brother, and now, again, correct me if I'm wrong. It looks like his brother experiences some sort of a fall and then goes into something approximating a seizure. Right. He's frothing at the mouth. Now, either that's because of maybe how he hit his head triggering something. I would guess that's what the implication is. I don't know. I don't get the impression that his brother had been an epileptic of any kind before that. I think it's just relating to the fall. I don't recall them showing us something in that flashback that tells me he did that to his brother. Even though I feel like it's implied he did accidentally, but I don't know if we actually see that. Am I mistaken?
No. It's not explicit that he did anything. It appeared that maybe he did something that led to an accident where maybe the brother died. Maybe the brother fell, hit his head on a rock, or maybe the brother was epileptic and he didn't know what to do, or whatever. But
it could be a situation where whether or not he was actually technically responsible, he may still blame himself, even if it's for not being able to take any action.
Right.
Which would make sense. At the end, so then when we come out of the flashback, and I seem to recall this the way it was depicted, he's lying on the floor of his trailer. Does not Eagly come over to him to comfort him on one side, and the butterfly kind of rolls over in the jar to approach him from the other side? Does that not happen?
Man, that's so specific. I don't remember. if that happened there, but that sounds right. And I will say, like, that the song they chose for that montage is probably that was the Faster Pussycat, House of Pain, that was one of the more memorable of that era songs they've used so far. They've used a lot of the other obscure songs like Choir Boys and Nashville Pussy and bands like that. They even used a Y&T song at one point, which was a big band in that time. But that was, they sort of saved that song for a big emotional scene. So, I mean, that would make sense. That's when it happened.
Right.
But I remember that, and it was a striking image. I don't if that's the right time, whatever it was.
I am gonna.
I bet you're pretty sure.
I'm gonna say that I'm well over 90% sure I'm right about that. So I'm just gonna go along with that until someone says otherwise on the Book of Face or anywhere else. But I remember just being struck by the moment that. It was one thing for it to be Eagly, who is still my favorite character on the show, to come over, approaching him from one side to comfort him. But the fact that the butterfly in the jar kind of rolls over on the other side, and in a weird way, it's very, if the way I'm going to read this, and especially from what happened, from the way I see things in the next episode and the ad for the one that comes after that, is I think the butterfly kind of likes him. I think the butterfly kind of feels for him. I mean, that's what we're seeing right here. It's an interesting, I just thought it was just a very interesting choice.
It is. And I think, there are people all around him who, sense what's underneath in him, but it's funny that those two get him the most.
Yeah, that is true. Now, again, since I had already said I wasn't choosing to run down scene after scene in the episode because I do that with everything else, I figure I'm not going to do it with this one. I did not mention the whole judo master escaping and then having a return match with Peacemaker in the, I guess, parking lot, I guess. And where we get what I loved about this moment was Judo Master saying something along the lines of, you don't know, the butterflies aren't what you think they are. And then that's when Adebayo finally gets to interrupt to shoot someone. Although and it's what happens after that. There's a lot of these nice little, I don't know if they're meta exactly, but they are kind of commenting on things in scenes that you don't tend to see said, but you always kind of wish would be said. And I don't mean simply that, him being kind of like, hey, I was winning that fight. You didn't need to do that. But the fact he also says, hey, what do you think he meant when he said, the butterflies are, I mean, he just created a cliffhanger there, whatever.
Right.
And there's a couple other moments that have happened in the series where there's a little bit of a commentary that kind of run along those lines. The other thing, one of the other things, and obviously we haven't mentioned what happens at the very end. We'll get to that in a second. The episode also establishes when he goes, I believe it's this episode because it's before he has the encounter with the neighbor, when he goes into that weird other quantum realm where that room is, where all the different helmets that his father has constructed that have different powers for Peacemaker, which I find fascinating because he doesn't seem like he's a scientific genius, but apparently he is. So, okay.
Mm-hmm. And a very ominous other outfit.
That's where I was going, because when we heard White Dragon before, I just kept thinking it was like a Ku Klux Klan kind of a thing. And then we see, oh shit. That's an actual villain. And that is that was one of those I wasn't familiar with. I actually had to go up and look. I was like, okay, that actually does exist in DC Comics history. There was a White Dragon, and it's pretty much exactly what you think it is. So, yay. But come on. But the scene is where Vigilante comes back in. And and this is where he's still in denial about his dad. the whole if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck conversation,
Yeah.
which is also what we come back to in the little post credits scene where they just go a little weirder and further with it.
Yeah.
How would I even be able to put on my pants? What was the helmet? It's totally incompatible. You haven't. You've said a lot of. This is the stupidest fucking theory you've ever. Makes no fucking. There's a lot of Captain Literal at times with Peacemaker, but I love a lot of the weird, wacky conversations that ensue between Vigilante and Peacemaker, and just Vigilante in general. And one of which we're going to get to in the last episode. Made all of the listeners who listen to this podcast happy. If you know what I mean. Was there anything else, or can we get to the final episode now, or fifth episode?
I think that the thing we haven't mentioned, we'll get to in the next episode, but it's sort of been a theme, is we do see at some point Adebayo checking back in with Mom, and Mom asking about the diary. And
yeah,
we'd established that diary before.
Now I'm confused about the diary because I've heard or read or whatever, and I was looking up something. So the diary they have is not a real diary, and that confuses.
No, it looks like a plant diary to blame him for something or do something. It's not clear where that's going to go.
Right.
And it's going to be interesting if Adebayo and the team buck Waller the same way the Suicide Squad did. And I think that's where we're headed.
Yeah. I know the diary thing, the actual plan thing of it happens in the next episode. But I remember I got confused when that gets brought up, and I was like, wait, has this been established before? And then I was just looking up, like, I didn't have the time to rewatch all, the previous 4.5 or 3 episodes. So, but I was reading over like really scrupulous recaps of every episode because I figured I could read them all within 15, 20 minutes, or less, whatever. And none of them were fucking mentioning the diary until that moment. I was like, God damn it. And one of them was referred to as fake diary. I was like,
yeah.
Fake diary? I'm so confused. All right. Whatever. I love the way.
So now we can move on to the next episode.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm turning myself on my way so I want to get close to the microphone. So, yes, the latest episode, the 5th episode, the episode titled Monkey Dory. Even the title made me smile. All right. So there's oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Wait. Brakes, screech, whatever. I need a sound effect like that. Don't have to. Left out something. How can we? We're pathetic. The end of the episode, the wait, what moment of the episode, maybe of the season at that point, is when we find out that Myrn is a butterfly.
Yes. And
it kind of, that's what we were hinting at earlier, kind of calls a lot of things into question. Because he seems to be, everything he seems to be doing seems to be very anti-butterfly. But he's a butterfly. So, I need a clip of Squirrely Dan from Letterkenny right now. Just like, what is it he says? Makes you think, or something. I just need that. I need to get that clip and just use it in every podcast. I think that's what he says. And you know what? The next episode doesn't help.
No.
Because until we get to the end of it, it's like, wait, but it's a very interesting reveal because, if you kind of combine that with what was Judah Master actually going to say, and then you go, okay, I don't know if it means that maybe some butterfly is good, some butterfly is bad. Maybe there's a lot more going on here than a simple weirdo alien invasion. I mean, clearly there's something more going on, but yeah, that I got to give them credit. I didn't see that coming when it happened. I was like, oh, okay, geez.
can we, and are we not able to remove them without killing the person? Because we haven't established if that's the case, but I get the feeling that that's the case because they're kind of lodging themselves in their brain pretty much. So
yeah, I think what I like about when Myrn makes you start to question. We've had these little questions about what the butterflies are. When we see Myrn, then we really know there's a legitimate mystery here, right?
Right.
And when we go into what I really like when we go into the next episode is, there's that question that exists in almost all comic book shows, like, well, why is just Peacemaker dealing with this if it's a worldwide problem, right? Like,
right.
Where is everybody else? If it's just contained to this one little community, sure, it's Peacemaker. But if it's worldwide and these things are all over the globe, why aren't all the superheroes dealing with it? And we go into the 5th episode, and the PowerPoint sort of explains that if this little group goes out and says anything, you'll immediately be destroyed because of the amount of powerful people that,
right.
that know this. And Peacemaker doesn't have a back channel to the superheroes.
Right.
So, I mean, I like that we go from that going, holy shit, if this is a big deal and it's a, body snatchers conspiracy everywhere, we immediately answer that question,
Right. Absolutely. And credit to even doing anything to even bother explaining that, because generally speaking, with very few exceptions, be it movie or television series, there is almost never any explanation for the old, hey, but that hero knows these 3 other heroes. Why wouldn't he or she just call them to come help and solve this thing? Why is we've established Supergirl and Superman are in the same universe. All this shit happened with Supergirl. Why doesn't she ever call him to help? And now I'm watching Superman and Lois, and all this shit's happening with them. Like, why wouldn't you call Supergirl? Although I don't want him to, but I'm also wondering why do you have a 5 o'clock shadow? But anyway, I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna spend like a minute and a half, maybe, at the very end of this podcast about Superman and Lois. I won't be negative. Actually, I want to give him a huge amount of props. But the Superman needs a shave situation is starting to bother me a little bit. Anyway, so, but you're right.
But I was gonna say, if we were transitioning to episode 5, I love the idea that what I think the essence of what makes Gunn a great storyteller is doing something like all of us have lived through a living hell the last 2 years of living at home and watching, Zoom presentations and stuff, to actually make a scene mocking a PowerPoint and to go through a whole joke about a PowerPoint and being forced to do one, that sucking at it, not being good at it. That was, I just absolutely ate that up.
Oh yeah. I absolutely want to get to that. It's pretty much at the top of the episode. The only reason I'm not going right to that right now, because I have plenty to say about it. I don't want to skip something that happens before it, which is the thing that made me get teary. That's the first thing that made me get teary in the whole damn show. So I'm going to tell you, I don't know if I said it online, but I'm going to say it here. God damn you, James Gunn, and everybody else involved. You motherfuckers. You made me get teary from something a computer-generated eagle did. How dare you? How dare you, sir? The beginning of that episode, when Chris is sitting in front of his trailer, still, even though he's taking his hangover medication, so to speak, but he's still reeling from what's been going on and probably still thinking about his brother, and he's still very clearly sad and upset, and it's eagerly trying to comfort him. Not just bringing him the little rodent that he catches, and when he then hops up and comes over to him, oh my God, it killed killed me more than anything else has on the show so far. I am not lying. I teared up. I don't care what that says about me. It made me. It got
No,
me.
I think
Got me bad.
I think the wanting to cheer him up and bringing him the squirrel and even like kicking it towards him, like it's those little details that makes Eagly, he's like a person, it's the anthropomorph, however the hell you say it, anthropomorphize.
The king of mispronunciation is not going to be help you out that way. Trust me. I avoid that word for a reason.
The eagle, and it's real touching that he's trying to cheer him up, and it's a great scene. And Eagly is the new Baby Yoda. Like Eagly is catching fire.
Oh yeah. I've made this joke to people in person. I haven't said it on the podcast yet. The only thing that bothers me about Eagly, there's only one thing. I love the character so much. I would love, if I wasn't thinking, I would say, I would love a shirt with Eagly on it. And then I would stop for a moment, like, wait a minute. Who wears shirts with, big American bald eagles on them? It's like, yeah. Well, you might as well have the stars and bars behind them while you're at it too. It's like, hey, you going to the Kid Rock show later? So no. So damn you, James Gunn, for I can't do it. Anyway, so
no, but you will buy the Eagly. You will buy the Peacemaker action figure with the Eagly accessory
if it comes with Eagly, maybe. I don't know.
I know it. It's
I have no room. I have no room. All right, let's get to the PowerPoint. Okay. So one of the things I really love about the PowerPoint, other than there's obviously very specific things that happen that are hysterical, but other than obviously you could look at it as a commentary on the kind of stuff that many of us have been subjected to by working from home and Zoom, and you have to sit through these things for the last couple of years. Or then again, we all had to deal with Office PowerPoint presentations even before that. And that's absolutely correct. The other thing I kind of look at this scene as, as I mentioned earlier, when you have these writer-directors, and I know James Gunn didn't direct this episode, he wrote it. He directed the first 3, and I think he's going to direct 2 more, which I assume might be the last 2. I don't know. But obviously being the writer, his handprints are all over every single thing we're seeing. And the thing I mentioned about Tarantino kind of would apply to probably a lesser degree to Gunn as well, where, okay, this is a nod or an homage or a takeoff or whatever you want to call it on this, and this from other movies. For me, this is Gunn going, okay, one of the things I love about certain films over the last 30, 40 years is the scene where something is being instructed or explained to everybody, and everybody has their commentary, some of which will be comical. This is Reservoir Dogs, with them explaining the whole thing to them, and you have everyone piping in with their the things. This is a funny version of Glengarry Glen Ross. With a thing being presented to everybody on with the sheets of paper, except we're using an actual PowerPoint, which most of us find PowerPoints annoying and ridiculous. So the Peacemaker character is going to make it even more so by mocking the fuck out of it the whole time. And because, look, we've all, I shouldn't say we've all, many of us have sat through things where we're going, yeah, did you have to put in that little emoji there or the stupid picture there or whatever? Just kind of something that kind of makes you cringe just a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
There are some cringy things in this PowerPoint, but more so, there's the inexplicable things in the PowerPoint. Yeah. Let's talk about the first one that I can remember. And if I skipped one, feel free. The thing with the monkey. What? and I think is it Vigilante who initially questions it?
Yes, because later he makes the comment like he just why did he put it there? Like, did he want a friend or?
Oh, no, you're right, and he's still on that chain of thought about the monkey wanted a friend. I like there's a certain monkey theme going on in this episode.
Yes,
and I love that we're talking about this right after talking about Monsieur Marat, and I kept thinking, wow, imagine he had shown up in this episode. Anyway, and the fact that I'm probably mispronouncing his name quite frankly. I keep calling him Economos. His explanation was just to show the relation of size. Like his explanation for each thing he didn't really gel. Like if you're like the thing about earlier on about the butterflies can get into a human being through any orifice. Great. You didn't actually need to show a butterfly going up someone's ass. You didn't. Let's just say it's implied. But why would you go through the because you had to go through the trouble of drawing that digitally, whatever. Like you didn't need to do that. This thing with the monkey relationship, it made no fucking sense. It didn't. Isn't there something else they do with like this, like an explosion fire, which is just
oh yeah.
Oh, God. So the PowerPoint itself, and what I liked about it is there's a number of ways you could have went here. And I'm kind of glad they didn't fall back on something which, while always enjoyable, I think I've seen enough times where when someone's receiving instruction through some sort of tape or film or video or PowerPoint, the common joke, and it's very well executed when it's been done, is, okay, we're going to make something very super retro. It's going to look like something out of the 1950s. Either it be what they did on Loki, or they did it on something that had John Hamm in it, which I'm forgetting what it was, but it was really funny. I've seen that a number of times. I loved it was like, no, we're just going to do a really cheap. Michael Scott could have been doing this presentation at the on The Office. Yes. That's what it kind of had, that feeling to it. And I know I'm saying that, and I know that you are, because this was briefly a video call, that you are literally wearing a Dunder Mifflin sweatshirt as we do this podcast. So you have that, but I think the centerpiece and the thing that which caught your fancy and probably many people, putting the PowerPoint aside, it ends up exploding into an argument or fight between Peacemaker and Economos about the fact that it's Economos' fault that his father is in prison. And it's like, you could have literally put anyone else there, and then the list begins. It's an amazing list.
Oh, it's epic.
It's one of those gags that I loved it because it goes on so much longer than it should, but that's what which is what makes it funny. It's like some old Mr. Show sketches I would watch. Like, what makes this sketch funny is that it's going on way too long, and that's what's making it funny. And the fact that the extra scene at the end of the post credits is even more stuff. And I actually got deceived. James Gunn posted on Twitter, he referred to it as an unedited take of that. So I watched it, think, oh, maybe it's all going to be one. And it wasn't. It was missing pretty much all the stuff from the later take. And someone posted somewhere else. I was like, no, there's a whole lot more. He left out, he doesn't have Mario or Luigi or the two guys from the Muppets or anything. Snuffleupagus, Bert and Ernie. Oh my God, it's amazing.
Well, it's the simmering underneath is that, he found out Economos is the one that's the one that fingered his dad for the fingerprints on the car.
Right.
And like that finally bubbles to the top. And by the end of the episode, we're starting to see the ice thaw on that.
Yes. Bonding, as one might have been able to predict with someone like Peacemaker, if he's going to bond with someone over something, it's going to be music. And the fact that that's what they're able to bond over
and not to mention the extreme little bit of violence that Economos is able to pull off perpetrating in this episode, much to Vigilante's jealous chagrin. Ooh, chagrin. Ooh, look at that. Who pulls out a word like chagrin? This guy does. This guy. Okay. Scott pointing to himself as he talks. Yeah, the
healthy peacemaker confidence there.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet, buddy boy. Because, as you know, and anyone who knows me should know, the list is actually not my favorite part of that scene. Although, when he starts listing everyone from the Howard Stern show,
yeah,
when not just that he says Howard Stern or Baba Booey, which is fine. Robin Ophelia Quivers. That, my friends, that's someone listens to the Stern, has been listening to the Stern show to include, not just to include Robin Quivers, but to put in her middle name. That's something. Oh, she must have loved that. No. That's not the part I loved. The part I loved it, but that's something I loved more. You know where I'm going with this.
Mm-hmm.
With Vigilante, because he's part of there, and he's wondering about it. And of course, he's not taking anything that seriously, because when you're like, I have to stay here all night, it's like, and when he asks if they have cable, because he doesn't want to miss Fargo. And then shortly thereafter, Economos, was throwing a fit, corrects him, like, and that's not even on tonight, it's on tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, and as people who have podcasted about Fargo, I knew that would catch your eye, and it caught mine.
I mean, what is Gunn doing to me, man? He's talking about comparing the show being inspired by Better Call Saul. He's including references to Fargo. It's already a DC Comics thing. Is he just trying to be my best friend? He needs to stop. He needs to stop. Calm down.
He's being a little bit vigilante towards you, Scott.
Yeah, he's being a little too Scott. Yeah. So yeah, that was wow. Now, is it after the list scene, or is it part of the PowerPoint where we get the dick talk? Or is it still? Was that all the same fucking scene?
I think it's like in the same place, but the resolution of the rant has sort of ramped down.
Yes. Okay. That's just. It's a pure for comedy that doesn't. I love a scene. It doesn't advance anything at all. No. Does it tell us that much more about the characters? Not really. But who the fuck cares? And of course, and Anabayo says like, so you're just looking at everybody's dick. I was like, well, what else can I look at? You can look at. Trust me, I remember when I was younger, when I went to the first time I went to a gym in Manhattan, and it was this really fancy gym. Oh, well, did I ever tell you? It was like 96, and RuPaul was in the locker room changing next to me. RuPaul, not lying.
Wow.
Whenever I talk about like celebrity things, because I always default to like the really big ones, like the Nicholson story or the Sigourney Weaver story or blah blah blah. I always forget. Oh yeah, I actually have a funny one or a weird one because RuPaul is literally changing next to me in the locker room. Also, one of the last times I ever changed in a locker room where I decided I'm not going to do that. No, had nothing to do with RuPaul, by the way. I did not mean to make that sound like that had nothing to do with that. It's just I have a gym just a block from my house, so why would I change there? I just come home and change. And yeah, I'm not going to talk about that much more, but yeah, interesting. So
Thimble.
You got Thimble. Wait, what was the name for the other one? Who had a dick like a scepter?
Scepter.
It's really
yeah.
It just goes
Really
on.
big at the end.
And is it not that now? Is it that conversation that also has, or is this? Where's the conversation about being a bully? Is it there?
It's at the conclusion of that because the conversation starts by talking about if he wants to end things with Economos, why doesn't he just apologize and get through it? And then they start talking about bullying. And he says, you did this to everybody. What didn't anybody ever do anything to make you feel bad? Don't you understand? He said, yeah, they called me a bully.
Yeah. His claim is he was bullied by being called a bully.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. Now, not as amazing as the unexpected guest star who the implication is he'll have more than one episode. And it's also why I'm going to hopefully, maybe there will be a change to the opening credit sequence before the end of the season, and maybe he'll show up in it. Hell on Wheels fans might have will have recognized the actor. Christopher Heyerdahl shows up to help Myrn deal with the situation involving the detectives that now know that the fingerprints of Augie don't match, even though they've mysteriously now match again in the computer. So they know something's going on, whatever. But, what I loved about it is that, you went and got this guy who, even when he's not playing a bad guy, you still think, you're going to end up being a bad guy. You're going to become a bad. If you're not a bad guy from the beginning of this project, you'll be a bad guy by the end of it. Because, he just has that manner and way about him, whatever. And when he hires him, and there's an implication from the conversation between him and Myrn that, they've both done some really bad things. And he's done some really bad things, apparently. What I thought was funny is like, oh God, is this guy going to kill the detective or something or whatever? And instead he just kind of takes over the police force, not really sure what happened to the person he's taking over for. But it wasn't the way of fixing the issue that I was expecting. And I was like, oh, okay. That might keep him around for a while then if that's how he does it, if he becomes the person in charge of the police in that area.
Yeah, we see what is implied at least is that now this has caught the attention of somebody perhaps in one of those powerful positions that can do whatever they need to do to either protect a secret or perhaps further the butterfly plot. Now, this, without knowing what's what, could this be the benevolent butterflies doing what they want to do if there are two factions of butterflies? Or is this, a butterfly Myrn's using for his own work to protect himself? We don't know, so that furthers the interest there. But it also be curious because the detective also did go back and interview the people, and so she's not fooled by the fingerprint shenanigans. She actually did go investigate, and they know that they lied now. Of course, there's, one last bit by our favorite not so happy domestic couple when they're being interviewed, but they finally admit that they lied, that it was Peacemaker, and they do tell the detective that he wasn't that bad a guy.
Right. So, yeah. Oh, I should actually give the character a name that Heyerdahl's playing. His name is actually Casper Locke. So, nice, good, strong name, like Casper Locke. Casper. So, a lot of the episodes actually built around this huge sequence that involves a team. Their mission is to go to this factory, presumably because that's where they imagine that might be the hub for where the weird gooey food that the butterflies eat is being manufactured there. It turns out to be a much bigger deal than they thought it was going in. They weren't sure there would be butterflies in there or not. So there was some debate about what weapons they should be going in there with and whatever. And it turns out, I don't know if literally is the correct word here, but I'm going to say it anyway, just to say it. It's literally crawling with butterflies. But there's something else there, and I love it because, there was in an earlier episode, didn't mention it, just slipped my mind, doesn't matter. In an earlier episode, we see, if we're paying any attention, I know, it's when he first goes back to see his father and he's not home.
And it's after that he finds out his father's been was put in prison. There's a TV. The TV had been left on in the house when they left. And when I believe it's there, he hears there's a TV report referring to there had been a gorilla at the local zoo that had disappeared, missing. Also turns out that even though I don't know if it's said, it must be said in that scene, gorilla's name is Charlie. And I first was thinking about, there's that famous thing that happened with a gorilla in the zoo a few years ago. Everyone was making a big,
Cincinnati, Harambe.
There you go. Well, thank you. Kentucky, of course you're going to know. So what happened in Cincinnati? Perfect sense. So we have this scene in the factory. Oh, by the way, I love that they choose teams, and I love Harcourt's reaction when she realized she's stuck with Vigilante.
And he says, "Why did you rush him, Bo?" She says, "Don't worry about it. I'll tell you later." He doesn't get it.
I love that. I just love that. It's funny because I know what that means. But I never called it that when I was a kid. That wasn't, that wasn't. But we did that. I just never called it that. I wish, or if they didn't, I didn't because I was too dumb. I don't know. So anyway, yeah. But also Peacemaker is wearing one of those special helmets he got, took from his dad. And this one has X-ray vision. And so we get a little They Live kind of quality happening where he can pretty much X-ray through everything and make out who all the butterflies are. And when they catch wind of people, invading their territory, like Harcourt and Vigilante in another part of the factory, they all kind of have that reaction. It reminds me a little bit of the 1970s version of Invasion of the Body Snatchers, where they kind of they scream at the person, and except now they're lunging at them and have that superhuman strength and whatever.
And I will say, like, when they first turned and did that it's a little scary. It's not, it as comic-y and funny as the show is, it's a little creepy when that first happened in the factory.
Oh yeah. It's very much. And with a show like this, and again, knowing that Gunn probably has a certain amount of free reign, especially with characters that haven't really meant anything before, like pretty much everyone with Argus, you start realizing, he can kill anyone he wants. Just maybe we shouldn't get attacked. Do we not remember the first 15 minutes of the Suicide Squad movie? Maybe we're getting attached to people we shouldn't be.
Yeah.
So you have this beautifully ultra violent sequence, and I love the gag of that Adebayo keeps shooting the people that he's already shot. There's just like no fucking point to it. It's like, you don't have to shoot him after I've already killed him. It's like, maybe has she seen too many movies that she thinks she needs to really make sure that everyone's double tapped? Is that what she's doing? Because I can't think of any other excuse for why she's doing that. But it's later on when Harcourt and Vigilante have barricaded themselves in a room trying to get away from the mob of people who are bashing down the door, that there's another creature in there. There's something in there. And I'm so crazy. I forgot about the gorilla initially, and I forgot the title of the episode was Monkey Dory at this point. Because I kid you not, I'll admit how dumb I am. I went, is there a fucking bear in there? I think there's a fucking bear in there. Because it was just the way they reacted, and I'm thinking, oh wait, is that kind of like a honey kind of a thing? Is that they're making like a bear connection like that? Is that what that crap is? Whatever. Is this going to be like a Winnie the Pooh kind of a fucking thing? Maybe it's a giant ferocious bear wearing like a little red kerchief, which would be which I can't believe no one's done that yet. If they haven't done it yet, whatever. But no, it turns out to be that gorilla. And if the gorilla is there and going after them as well, ergo, therefore, a butterfly can also be in a gorilla's head, not just a human's head. Oh, that's different.
Yep.
And it leads to two really amazing things. Number one, when the Commonwealth fucking kills him with a chainsaw.
Mm-hmm.
Because let's face it, you know, within a day or two, because after rewatching Doom Patrol, whatever, is like, as well, going, okay, couple things I probably, as a certain age, I probably never thought I'd see involving gorillas. One, a gorilla wearing a beret, speaking French and carrying a machine gun, and another one, someone murdering a gorilla with a chainsaw.
and don't forget to also gorillas recording pop albums and appearing on album covers.
Well, yes, of course. Well, that's that. Well, there was this. That doesn't strike me as weird because there was this band from the '60s called the Monkees. Anyway, so I hate myself. So, which also leads to that.
You're off the podcast,
Yeah,
mister.
yeah. I apologize. Which also leads to that ridiculous conversation later in the episode where they start where they realize a butterfly can invade other creatures, whatever, and Vigilante keeps going to a chihuahua.
Yeah.
which makes no sense. Why would that be of any help? Why would that? It makes no sense. A gorilla kind of makes sense. Chihuahua?
Yes.
Not really. Oh my God. One thing we did leave out for just as far as plot points are concerned, only because it'll be interesting where it leads, is with the detective, after she'd been blocked off by her new captain, because Locke taking that position, she goes to see her uncle,
who's a judge.
Who's a judge to get her. Now, we don't know. We haven't seen the next episode yet, so it may just be that he's just a judge and she's able to get the warrant or whatever. We don't know if at this point anybody could be a butterfly, so you don't know if it could be the judge. Could be. Who knows? I'm assuming he won't be, but I'm just putting it out there that he could be. And I like the fact that he's not. I'm not going to get into that. I'm going to leave that alone. It's too obvious to mention. I'm trying to think what else I wanted to. Oh, let me just wait. I wrote 6 sentences. Let me go. What was the next one? Oh, my next one was, well, there's a cliffhanger. Oh, the end. Well, before we get to that, I don't want to get to that.
About the van ride back from the invasion, where we see Economos recognize one of Peacemaker's bands, that he's a big fan of Hanoi Rocks, and actually has, a tattoo when he'd seen them at a show. And the whole crew starts rocking to Peacemaker's music, and even Harcourt starts to soften and takes a group photograph.
She takes a group photograph. She later makes a chat group.
Yep, adds
for them with the picture, and refers to the chat group as the 11th Street Kids.
Kids, yeah.
Which is from the song. It's the tattoo also that Economos has on his arm. And then it's also been revealed in social media that James Gunn has a chat group in his phone, 11th Street Kids, which is the entire cast of the show. So that's actually that's fucking meta, man.
It is. It's pretty meta and really cool. And one of the little nice touches that came out, talking about character development, is when Peacemaker talks about Vigilante always using that mermaid emoji, that he overuses it for everything. And I think James Gunn or the show posted a picture of the emoji in the last day or two.
Yeah,
I did actually go see the full-size picture of it.
Oh, I believe the brief conversation. He has that little conversation with Adebayo before she comes over to his house, and that was kind of where I was going next. Other than the van ride, which is the van ride is just it's the bonding again, and these people becoming more of a unit, a team, a family, if you will. Even though at least one or two are harboring secrets. But the thing with the emoji is like, it can mean happy, it can mean sad. It's like, well, then it's not a very good emoji.
It doesn't mean anything. It means everything. It means nothing.
I feel like it's like so basically it's an emoji that the Dalai Lama would use. Anyway, so
she has some nice moments again with him in this episode where she's earlier on in the episode and throughout it, she's trying to tell him that he needs to ease up on economos and everything, which they end up kind of bonding over the music, and he kind of lightens up around them, and they seem to have, as you said, it's thawing out between those two, whatever. And she does come over to his trailer. I love the little conversation before she goes there. She wants to make sure that he's not trying to fuck her. and it's clear that's not what he wants to do, but it's also, it's clear because she's as Myrna had said earlier, she's the one person he feels strongly about as someone he can trust.
Yep.
And he's bonding with. So him not wanting to have sex with her has nothing whatsoever to do with type or appearance or any of those things. It's that, no, this is already an established, you're my one established actual friend on this team.
Right.
So they can have these conversations like about his father before, like about what he's doing with Economos before, or whatever. And then when she goes in the trailer and she's, talking about, seeing the things about like his brother and these other little moments here, that horrible drink that he makes, which when you hear the ingredients, what?
Well, I think that's a drink his dad makes.
Oh,
that is something that he thinks it has to be. That has to be a drink his dad makes because he doesn't even like it. Like when you see, and also in the scene, she also in the house, when she goes in to spit it out, Eagly's in the bathroom.
Oh yeah,
looks at her, freaks out. But she sees shortly after that the picture of him and his brother, and gains a little more insight to him as a person, and you see the wistfulness when he picks up the picture, and then she says something about how about just a beer, and
right.
They move to the couch, but there's a whole lot that happens in that little section, and I think seeing his reaction to the drink, that's a drink that his dad makes, and so in entertaining someone, he probably thought that would be a cool drink to make someone.
Okay. All right. No, that I totally think you're spot on with that. I will confess I hadn't given it enough thought. So that makes perfect sense. Wow. This is going to be the longest podcast ever. Amazing. I just noticed. Oh my God, David God is going to blow his fucking chunks over. Question though about that scene, because I'm not remembering it now. They enter his trailer together, right? He doesn't go in first and then she lets her in, right?
Right.
Where's the butterfly?
It's in his bedroom in the back.
Okay, all right. Because it just occurred to me right now. I was like, wait a minute, why wouldn't she have seen the butterfly there?
I think like when they go in the trailer, you would turn left to go to his kitchen and the living room where they are, and the bathrooms there in that hall. Right. I think his bedroom's at the opposite end of that trailer from there. Right. That's where we've seen it. It is in his bedroom. So
okay. All right. I'll go along with it. Just want to make sure. Oh, by the way, it's just little touches. It's just maybe sometimes they even remind me of me, whatever. The fact that he would be self-conscious, because I've been this way many a time, that she can hear him urinating.
Yeah.
I've been there. And I'm not even touching the other thing because, we don't need to hear that on this podcast, but I've got a lot of issues around that too. But, I love him just apologizing, like, the walls are thin. He's like, no, that's okay. Whatever. And I guess it's while he's doing that is when she plants the fake diary. The journal, diary, whatever the fuck it is. And we'll see where that leads.
Right.
So,
but but you can see she's struggling with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as she has with other things. So she may be Amanda Waller's daughter, but so far she is not Amanda Waller's daughter, so to speak. If you know.
Right. And I think that Gunn made, based on the music they've used, intentionally made a joke about like licensing, because she says Appetite for Destruction. He's like, greatest album of all time. But of course, they're not going to play any Guns N' Roses music because they probably couldn't afford to license it.
Yeah, I thought that was an odd thing. I mean, it's funny, and you may be right. I mean, you probably are right. Whatever. My only issue. Let me rephrase. Not an issue. The only thing I question about that, and whether that's totally true. We have a few more episodes. We'll see where they go. And also, this is the style of music that they've chosen for this to represent this character anyway. Watching a lot of shows, man. And pretty sure this show can afford things the way, I don't know, Yellow Jackets and Stranger Things and these other shows can afford things. Pretty sure they can afford a couple licensing fees if they had to. I'm just saying. I maybe they don't want to. I just discovered, what was I watching? Oh, did I mention it on the podcast? I don't know if it's something that's going to be mentioned on the next Breaking Bad podcast, or it happened in the previous one and I forgot to mention it or not. Just to give you an idea of music licensing that you wouldn't think. There is a scene in season 4 of Breaking Bad where Hank and Walter are unexpectedly, for Walter's sake, driving over to Los Payos Hermanos. Oh, I think that was in the previous podcast we did. Yeah, it's in the first half of the season. I can't remember if I mentioned it on the podcast. I'm repeating myself. I apologize. I don't remember if I mentioned it. When they're driving over there, for some strange bad reason, Hank does the worst possible version conceivable for about 20 seconds, 15 seconds, for whatever, 30 seconds of Eye of the Tiger. He's basically going, bam, 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 bam. It's the Eye of, he says like one or two lines that aren't even the correct lines. They had to pay $15,000 for that. Just for that. Not the actual song. Not something that even sounds like the song, but just basically doing that was $15,000 fucking dollars. And that was a show that had to really worry about their budgets. It's amazing, all those AMC shows like Breaking Bad, Mad Men look amazing, but they had like very limited budgets. So it was always, whenever they did something, they really had to make the most out of it. Like Matthew Weiner using the Beatles song in that thing. And he said, we blew half our budget for music just on this one song. So that's why we used it over the end credits too. We're going to play as much as we can at that point. So, but yeah.
Well, I mean, if the show remains huge, I mean, they may get the carte blanche to do it. At the time they were making it, they had no anticipation.
Oh, no. I don't.
I certainly think Disney and HBO could have afforded it. But I would say when he laid out his wish list of all these songs, he probably couldn't have had them if he'd have, shot his wad with a Guns N' Roses song.
Right. Because an artist like Guns N' Roses is going to cost way more than all these lesser known bands. Who'll probably have a song like from LA Guns instead.
That'd be cool.
I could see that. I could totally see that happen.
Yeah. I actually was trying to think of some of the other bands, from that area you'd get. LA Guns was at the top of my list. You might have, say, a Trickster or, I mean, that's that era.
Yeah, I know. Hey, man.
If they wanted to spend a little less than Guns N' Roses, you might try to get a Skid Row or a Warrant song, something like that. That's a little more towards the end of the 80s, but I mean, like, it's just a great touch. That's the thing with him building characters, is little flourishes of things that continue to build the character. And I have a question for you that I hate to ask, but the idea of butterflies can go in anything other than humans too.
Oh no. Yeah.
Have you considered that possibility of eagly?
No, shut up.
Just shut up.
Just saying.
Shut up. I will not watch the show then. I will. If they do anything to Eagly, I will not watch this show. I'm out. It'll be crickets for me. Makes no sense. That doesn't make any sense. You know why?
It doesn't. I'm just saying.
You know why? It's because we're going to have a 5-hour long podcast.
Good.
Dan's going to be all mad that didn't get to be part of this one. Oh, the next one might be really long between Breaking Bad and Ozark. Okay, so there we do get to the end of this episode, and we might backtrack to something I might have skipped because they know how to do a cliffhanger on the show. I mean, we had the previous one with Mern and the tongue and the food and the goo and the whatever, but we've already seen that Adebayo had she was the one who made the big connection in another episode when she went back to the office, and that was what led them to go to that factory where all the food was. And now she's just had such a night with everything that's happened and issues with her girlfriend and this and that and blah, blah, blah. She just, for whatever reason, ends up back at the office, even though it's later that night. And Mern is still there. And for some reason, not really sure why, but we just have to go along with it because convenience of it. For some reason, Peacemaker, and if there is a good reason for it to be there, feel free to fill me in. For some reason, Peacemaker's helmet's there. Not sure why he didn't bring it home. I'm not clear on that, but okay. Peacemaker's helmet is there. And she puts it on. It's the one with the X-ray thing that he had used and whatever. And that's where, and once she picks up the helmet, you know where this is going. And I was like, oh no. I just said they could kill anybody, but you're not going to kill her. You're not going to fucking Marion Crane us, man. Are you? Are you going to do that? Are you going to do that? And we don't know what they're going to do because when she has the realization and he realizes what's happening, she runs out, he runs after her, I believe we end the episode with her having fallen and he's standing over her, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that's the end of the episode, right?
Yes, okay. And it cuts basically her on the ground.
Right. And they were very careful in the ads for the next episode not to show anything else that would happen with those two characters. So we don't know what's going to happen. I'm assuming we're going to get a conversation and an explanation, and maybe things will be revealed, because I can't imagine either of these two they're killing off either of these two characters. So we might get hopefully we'll get some answers, unless they decide to do it off screen and then we're like, oh, God damn you. But, it certainly, if we weren't already interested or excited to see the next episode, you end an episode like that, they're like, okay, I need to see the next one. God damn it. I'm used to binging. Where's the next episode? Doing that Succession bullshit to me now.
Calm down, Mason. We'll get the next episode.
Do you know how, did I say on the podcast how close I came to having Mason Verder be my co-host for my Apple TV podcast?
No, but I believe that he probably, I thought it was possible he'd make an appearance in the near future. He can't stay gone too long.
It was a decision I had to make. I don't know, an hour before. Mason had jokes. He had jokes about every show. He had horrible puns that involved pigs about every show. It was horrible.
I totally believe it. I will say something that I should have thought of, but the way the shows went, they pulled those helmets out of the lab when Peacemaker went back with Vigilante. And instead of just grabbing one, he grabbed a bunch and threw them in a bag.
Yes.
And the delicious thing of that is that they have a palette to paint whatever you need the helmet to be on.
Yes.
And that's a cool contrivance that, here's that we had the, blow the shit up helmet in the first episode. And now we have, X-ray helmet in this episode.
Yeah.
But they can judiciously pick whatever they need or whatever power would serve the story because we have a bag full of helmets that we don't know what they do yet.
Right. Absolutely right. As long as it's something that I can believe that Augie would have made,
right,
I'm cool with it. Because he wouldn't. Because if they have a helmet that does something kind of silly or stupid, I'd be like, but he wouldn't do that. That would. But so far, what we've seen, oh no, that makes perfect sense. So yeah. I'm expecting them to get more brutal, quite frankly.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, the very first thing, the exploding, that was pretty awesome.
Oh yeah.
And but yeah, I'm looking forward. I'm like you. I think the first 3 episodes really set the show up great. The fourth one we started to see the dramatic chops of Cena and started to dig underneath the character. This one sort of ramped up the action and the story. Now, like, it's the perfect time to talk about it because this is the most I've wanted to just jump to the next episode. I've enjoyed it every week and it's been fun to watch. But this ended on the cliffhanger where I'm like, oh my God, like, what's the story of the butterflies? What's going to happen to her? The team's finally coming together. Is this going to blow it apart? It's been really, I've been excited. We weren't sure whether we were going to do it before the episode or after.
Right.
And we pushed it to after the episode, and I'm really glad we did because, if not, we would have immediately been like, damn it, why couldn't we talk about that last episode? So I think the timing was fortuitous for us, but the story's in a great place right now. And as we see you can see on social media, it's funny, the last day or two, the reports are it's like #1 streaming everywhere, beating the crap out of everything. Now, of course, those streaming numbers can be manipulated and who knows how real it is, but I would say based on the reaction out in the world and what we're seeing, it certainly is one of the most buzzworthy shows in a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, absolutely right. I mean, the numbers when it comes to streaming things, who knows? I mean, it's funny. Back in the day when it was just, broadcast television and even cable to a certain degree or whatever, and everything revolved around the Nielsen's and the ratings. And there was always some suspectness of how that was done because it was done by a lot of it is like, okay, we're depending on people keeping diaries and remembering and being accurate. And then they started to improve that stuff electronically. But it was still somewhat suspect. And then there was a whole era of DVRs. Like, oh, do we include it's this when it originally airs and it's for the first 3 days or whatever? It started to get really kind of murky. Right. And now with the streaming thing, and it's do we really believe what Netflix has to say? Do we really believe what Disney Plus has to say? And in this case, do we really believe what HBO Max has to say? Because on one hand, there's always that skepticism that because how do you prove one way or the other? But the interesting thing about that, and why, to play devil's advocate for just a millisecond here, other than being able to boast a number, and maybe it's for shareholders or something like that, I guess, or if it's a publicly traded company, the actual stock or something. But beyond that, those numbers don't matter. If I hear that, there may be people who go, oh, everyone in the world is watching this, I better subscribe to this channel too so I can watch it. I guess, maybe. It's not maybe. But it's kind of a weak argument. It's not like these services don't sell ads. So they're not getting any kind of ad space for it. So I don't know, but I agree. The numbers are always kind of like, But all you can do is, if you're someone like the both of us, we're on, we're not off the grid. We're on social media. We're on the Book of Face. We're on the Twitter, and maybe we're not TikToking. But we're on these places, and I can see all the stuff in my news feed and people talking about this. I have to actually restrain myself from being a know-it-all smarty pants and chiming in on every other fucking thread I see about it. It's like, no, let people enjoy it. Or commenting on Twitter. It's just so much. So you don't have to, it's just like, I know, like a show like Yellow Jackets became a big deal.
Right.
I have no idea what the ratings are, but I saw it come up all the time on my news feed, on Twitter, whatever. I'm currently watching it now. I've watched 3 episodes, maybe. I see why people would like it so far. I'm not going to compare it to a certain other show from a few years ago, but I can see the comparisons. Lost. So I'm so happy the show is doing well, though.
Oh, me too. And I think, what we talked about Hawkeye, you and I before, in the year-end wrap-up, is that I think there are these shows that have microed in on smaller stories in one little corner of the world, and that's where this story started and became effective. It wasn't, we're going to go save the world. It's, we're going to go do this. It turns out it may save the world, but we'll learn why and why it's limited to here, hopefully very soon. And the focus on this small group of characters has been really rewarding. And like you said, like I'll give an example. You and I podcast about Perry Mason. I'd know based on what I saw on social media that you and me and a small group of people like that show.
Right.
I know about Station 11 that there's a decent number of people that like that show based on what I see.
Right.
I know based on what I see on this, a shit ton of people are watching this show. Right.
Yeah. I mean, even people I know, I'm not gonna name drop people because, but okay. Well, there's my friend, I know my friend Tiffany watches it, but then my other friend Tiffany watches it, who I call, she's going to hate me for this, but I've said it on the podcast before. So my friend Black Tiffany watches it, and she texted me about it. It was like, you watch this? Because I never knew her to give a fuck about superheroes. I was like, oh yeah, but this show's fucking great. Our mutual friend and occasional co-host, Jamie, is watching this fucking show. She texted me about it. And I was like, "You're watching it? You're missed behind on everything when it comes to geeky stuff. Aren't you busy watching like Big Brother or something? Holy shit, you're watching it too!" A lot of people are watching it that I wouldn't have even expected to watch it. So that's something. I think it's when you have these shows that are breaking through beyond the usual people who are in that genre. That says something. So
yeah, it's a breakthrough show.
Yeah. So yeah. And what's really remarkable about it is, like, as we said from the top about 1,000 hours ago, concerning the fact that the Suicide Squad movie was not seen as a success. And again, most people with half a fucking functioning brain that wasn't eaten away by COVID or a butterfly know it's that reason why that movie didn't do well was because of COVID and because they decided to fucking put the movie on cable, for the first month also. Yeah, I'm not running out to a movie theater if I can just see it right there at home, it's not.
Right.
But the fact that even with that, this is such a big success. And the fact that that's also going to lead to perhaps a different spinoff from that, which may also be a success. And I was like, wow, who would have thought that they would have this font of possible shows from that movie? I would not have imagined it. So it's very impressive.
Let me add by throwing one funny thing in. You said Jamie actually sent us a message on Facebook while we were podcasting, and I'm just now seeing it. She took a picture of her dog, and her dog is watching TV, and I guess they are watching the latest Peacemaker. And her dog loves watching Eagly. She took a picture of her dog watching, and she put Louise loves Eagly. So, I mean, when even the dogs are loving the show, you're doing pretty well. So you may check that out. She sent it to you and me both. So shout out to Jamie and shout out to Louise.
Very nice. Very, very nice. Okay. So
it's okay with David Gott. Can we quit now?
Oh God, I'm astonished. Here, if I might have made a reference to this earlier, if I didn't, I'll say it now. So in case anyone didn't kind of figure it out themselves, we actually recorded this podcast over 2 nights because because you, actually, no, you know that because of the way the previous segment ended. But if you skip the Doom Patrol part, then you don't know that. So I'm telling you right. But okay, just so you know, I knew this was going to run longer than just an hour and a half. I knew that. I figured 2 hours. 3 hours. we might have a 5-hour podcast on our hands. We've never even had a 4-hour podcast. That's wow. That's something. Yeah. Scott and Kimber. Merry Christmas. All right.
Enjoy your weekend listening to us.
Enjoy February. We've not talked about it as of yet, so we have not made, I've not made a decision if we're just gonna do a later podcast that'll just be about the final 3, or if we'll do any individual ones. I don't know. Right now I'd say it's more likely we'll just do the final 3 all at once. Only because I don't know if we'll have time to really get together 3 times in the next week. I don't know. That remains to be seen. That would, right now, that's my assumption, unless we change our mind. We might watch the next episode, both be free, and say, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go record something. So we'll see what happens. It really depends on time and energy. I might be okay with doing that, and it depends on your situation as well. But I don't want to make any promises. But you and I do have a tradition that we did with Perry Mason, that we can just
instant reaction,
knock one out. Yeah. And obviously since it aired anytime during the day, I would have time to put a little something together. I mean, look how much we fucking talked about anyway. I'm going to stop. Okay. If after the last week of listening to this podcast, you enjoyed it, you'll probably enjoy hanging out on our podcast page as well. It's the Serious TV Drama Podcast page. Like the page, you can join join the conversation. See, I don't write any of this shit down. You can join the conversation about shows like Peacemaker, like Doom Patrol that we were talking about back in, when did we start this podcast? November? And pretty much everything else that falls under the auspices of TV and film and, whatever else. You can also, where you have to find us. Well, you can find our podcast like you clearly already have. You can pretty much find it in most places where podcasts are available, like your Spotify. Although, the whole Joe Rogan thing, I got to rethink Spotify. It's just in my head. Amazon Music, Apple Podcasts, all those little weird fringe places that I think no one gets podcasts from. But better still, you can just go to stvdpodcast.podbean.com, where you will find all 331 of our podcasts are there. One day I'm going to engage in a ridiculous and pointless project. Over the last year plus, whatever, I've made sure when things are posted there, I've blocked out the colors so you can clearly read what the podcast is about, or if there's chapters, whatever. But apparently, for at least, I don't know, 200 plus others, you can't read them at all because they're the font and the background is like, it's, I don't really know what that's about. You see the title, but you can't see much else. I would have to go into the file for each one and like redo the font for each one. So the color, I might do that because I noticed that and it's bothering me. So I don't know. Anyway, why am I talking about that? Oh yeah, because I want this to be a 6-hour podcast, apparently. But you know what? You can still see what they're about. You can see the title. That's all you fucking need. It'll be fine. Whatever. Like people are going. You know what? Every once in a while, someone does go back and listens to one from a year and a half ago. I'm like, really? Never the fucking Perry Mason ones, you motherfuckers. But anyway, no, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. They do. Where am I? Oh yeah.
social media. You can follow us on Instagram. I have not posted the last podcast there. And someone needs to show me how to fucking make the links work on Instagram. I have no idea how to do that, which makes me look like an 80-year-old guy on his lawn. But you can follow us there. Our handle there is Serious TV Drama, all is one word. We've got a whopping 72 followers. Really? Anyway, fucking pictures. Anyway, you can also follow us on Twitter. That account's actually is active a little bit. It commented on something funny today. I don't remember what it was. The handle. Wow, what a great story that was. The handle there is at STVD Podcast. That's STVD, of course, as in Serious TV Drama Podcast. So, with all that said, coming up next on the STVD Podcast, what should be episode 332, will be Dan and I joining forces once again to cover the last 6 episodes of season 4 of Breaking Bad. I've got the entire thing all broken down and lined up and ready to go. We are also going to spend a little time after that talking. He seems to think we're going to talk about it beforehand too. I don't know why he thinks that, but maybe he's making a joke. I can never tell with him. We don't gel. We are, despite one STVD recurring host not thinking it's a top tier show. I had to. We are going to be talking about Ozark a little bit too. I can't really make any excuses about the length of that podcast considering how long this one's going to be. So maybe we'll talk a whole lot more about Ozark than I thought. Last season was pretty good, but we'll talk about that. Beyond that, obviously we will regroup again to talk about Peacemaker. I don't know anything. Nothing else really occurs to me right now. Better Call Saul is presumably gonna drop sometime in April. I think I'm pretty sure it's gonna be April because they've already scheduled an event at the Paley Center with the cast of Better Call Saul to discuss the show. When they do shit like that, it's usually like the same week or within a day or two of a show like that premiering. I think that Paley Fest thing is around April. Oh, I want to say it's around April 13th. So I'm going to put my money on Better Call Saul is coming back in the middle of April. Not on the 13th, but somewhere near that date. Whatever. Find April 13th on your calendar. And if it's they've been airing it on Mondays, right? I think, right? It's been Mondays for the last few years. Whatever Monday is closest to the 13th, I'm going to put my money on that's when Better Call Saul is coming back. That's my bet. Whether we'll have anything to talk about before that. We got a couple more Breaking Bad things to do. So there's that. Oh boy. No, they're fucking great. No, this one. And maybe we'll do a rewatch. No, I don't know. We're not gonna, but not for a podcast. All right. I've talked enough. It's been like 17 hours. Brian, what time is it? Oh, we didn't want to talk till 3 a.m. yesterday, so we did it today instead.
That's right. We broke down our torture into 2 digestible sequences, but I will say it's been a fun conversation. They're great shows, or we wouldn't talk this much about them.
Oh yeah.
So I will say good night, Scott, and economos, motherfucker.
And I will say the one thing there was something I'm surprised they haven't said on the show. And now I forgot what it was. It was like a really lame, almost dad joke, and I kind of just forgot what it was now. Oh well, I'll save it for the next time. So I'll just say something as dumb as saying, this is where we're talking about Peacemaker. Peace out, people.
A year ago, Alan Coverberg, the billionaire CEO of Wearsoft and pop singer Vandalia, perished in a plane crash. During their autopsies, small insect-like winged creatures, presumably extraterrestrial, were found in their skulls. This is when we first became aware of the butterflies. Since then, we found the creatures in a handful of high-profile politicians, celebrities, and titans of industry. They enter the human body through one of its orifices and burrow through the brain, where they then are in control of the body.
They go through the butt?
I think that's just some creativity on the part of whomever did the animation.
The butt is an orifice, okay?
That means they'd have to crawl through poop. Just because they're aliens doesn't make them gross. Bigotry.
Superman's an alien. He's got a poop fetish.
What?
Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, yeah. He uberliebes the old shiz, as I understand it.
Where do you get this nonsense?
Google.
Well, it's not true.
You know more than Google? Well, congratulations.
The butterfly's unique genetic structure and chemistry interact with the host bodies, giving them strength far beyond that of a human being.
What's the chimp for?
Chimpanzees have 4 times the strength of human beings, so they're both strong.
Yeah, and we're supposed to get that just by looking at this diebeard?
I thought that man and the chimp were friends. I was thinking they were about to go on an adventure together.
This viscous amber fluid has been found on the premises of all the dead butterflies. Lab studies show the fluid's genetic structure is dissimilar to anything on this planet. The fluid seems to be the butterfly's only food source, which makes what Leota discovered last night potentially significant. This was on the bulletin board in the Goff home. Leota noticed that this is also where Annie Sturphausen was employed.
You fucking suck at PowerPoint, diebeard!
Yeah, well, you can do it next time. It's not like I enjoy doing this.
Yeah, you do. It's amazing the incredible amount of time you put into this presentation and how incredibly shitty it still is.
Okay, Peacemaker, shut up.
Dude, I didn't mean to put your father in prison.
And why'd you put him there, you fat fuck?
Because I couldn't think of anybody else.
What about Ariana Grande or Drake?
What?
Brad Pitt or Payne Stewart or Doug the Pug? Khloe Kardashian, the Red Tiger from Voltron, Fran Tarkenton, Joe Montana, Joe Montana, Eddie Murphy, Michael Jordan, Michael B. Jordan, BTS, Eugene Levy?
Fuck, dude.
John Lovitz? Shut the fuck up and listen, man. I'm giving you a list of people you could have done. Danny DeVito, Will Ferrell, Howard Stern, Baba Booey, Robin Ophelia, Quivers, Alice Cooper, Ozzy Osbourne, Sharon Osbourne, Bill Cosby. He just got out. He's got time on his hands. Amy Winehouse.
Dude, Amy Winehouse is fucking dead.
Optimus Prime, Shipwreck, Cobra Commander, the fucking cunts from Riverdale.
All right, next time I fucking have to frame somebody, it'll be one of all those fucking thousands of people you just mentioned.
Yeah, tell that to my dad.
Peacemaker, shut the fuck up! Do you all want to be here till tomorrow?
Do you have cable? So I don't want to stay here overnight if there's no cable. Fargo's on tonight.
It was a rhetorical question.
Oh, okay. Well, then I changed my answer to just ignoring the question. Not another word.
Mariska Hargitay, Mario, Super Mario, fucking Luigi, Yoshi, the Princess, Bert, Ernie, Rover, Snuffleupagus, Burger King, Grimace, Ronald McDonald, 2 old guys from the balcony and the Muppets, Jim Morrison, any one of the fucking Beatles, Pete Best, George Carlin, dead, Danny Glover, Mel Gibson, Ice-T, Ice Cube, Vanilla Ice, Elvis fucking Presley, Priscilla Presley, Seth Meyers. What about Seth Meyers? Or for that matter, Jay Leno? Conan's not really doing much right now.
All right, most of those, you're right, could probably go to prison, but I would never put Ariana Grande in there. She looks too innocent.
Possibly true. Possibly.